So will you? Mr. Cormack, we're ready to go when you are.
Thank you, Doctor. Good afternoon, good evening, actually. We don't have to read the policy 903 since no one has signed up. So we'll move into the next section, which is a presentation from SiteLogic. Gentlemen?
Hi, good evening. Just for formalities, I'm Andy Sessler from SiteLogic.
Bruce Special, Sugar Group Architecture.
As we cover the agenda, it's similar to past monthly presentations. We'll start off with project updates, touching base on the Phase 1 paving this summer, as well as 2021 ESA project updates. So we near close out on those. Touch base on the tennis courts, and then review the geotechnical RFP results that recently occurred. After that, we'll move into forward thinking on 2023 projects, further on the timetable here, and I'll touch base on the operations and maintenance and salt storage shed. Touch base on the South Middle School kitchen design updates, and then the Phase 2 parking expansion on the back end of the high school. And then the last slide will be a summary of anticipated board approvals or board considerations for the end of April, and then also looking into what our potential agendas for items for May would be at the next committee meeting. So from a project update standpoint, on the 2022 paving projects, we're currently finalizing the prime contracts with the three prime contractors from the previous, you may recall from the previous meetings and previous board meetings. That's NICE Construction, BSI Electrical Contractors, and Barker & Barker. We are obtaining those signatures, and they should be forthcoming to the administration for processing and final execution by the board. But since they've been previously reported to be an administrative function, the three bulleted items on the items are actually you'll see them again later on in the presentation for needing consideration. If you may recall at the last facility committee meeting in April, or I should say March, these were the three agreements that the East Rock Hill Township had prepared and presented to the district, but since it missed the committee meeting, then that's why it's on the agenda. The East Rock Hill Township and the school district need to jointly execute those for the project to move forward in the third week of May. We believe they have all their approvals, so it's just a matter of the school district reciprocating on the administrative side or from the approval side. On West Rock Hill, we met with NICE to review the punch list. So has K&W done another punch list walk recently. All signs are pointing towards closeout here in April. Still going to need verification with green things that should be green actually do turn green, which is inevitable with these type of projects. But with NICE being here for the work this summer, we don't have any reservations on those things not being addressed should they continue to linger. But overall on the punch list, we're anticipating closeout by the end of April here. Overall on the district facilities on the energy side, door hardware cores are continuing to be a fluid item. With regards to those, I'm not trying to hang our hat on supply chain, but it is becoming more and more difficult when you are expecting larger delivery of quantities and you only get partial deliveries. But we're trucking through those, and very, very much thanks to Mr. Harper and his team in helping us work through that. And we're trucking along. We're still looking towards anticipating completion of the exterior door hardware core switch outs by the end of the school year, and so that anybody's not concerned. It's just a matter of taking what is a locked door now and switching out the key, the core in there. There's no security concerns in this open item. And then on the tennis courts, it's the same. Unfortunately, we're waiting for the weather to break, and as much as it keeps getting warmer, we need at least 4 plus some days for the preceding that of 50 degrees or warmer, including the overnight hours, and no rain. At least 4 will get us the first half of the installation, and then we can do another set of 4 days to do the second half. That is if we can't get 8 in a row, but we're prepared to go either way. We are meeting with Seminole Excavating on a weekly basis to evaluate the weather report for the following week. So everybody's all in the queue. We met with the tennis court manufacturer or installer. He has all the materials. The school district actually has paid for those materials. They are local. I believe you paid for them in October. The store materials, and so everything seems to be all in place except for Mother Nature.
Are we first on the contractor's list? Because
We
I'm
meet
sure
every
they're doing
Thursday,
other
and
ones when it gets warm.
He knows he's coming. You're number one. The installation contractor, to your point, typically doesn't hit their busy season and start real installations until June and July. So we are literally the first of their pipeline for installs. We just need the weather to break. The geotechnical RFP, these are the results from the recent RFP responding solicitation. This is for the geotechnical services relating to the site work projects that you've already awarded. The respondents 2, 3, 4, those 5, those are all identified specifically in your board packets in more detail. But the low respondent that we're recommending award to is for $33,510 to David Blackmore and Associates. Coincidentally, they are the same geotechnical firm that was awarded and low respondent last year for the last year's projects. So it's somebody that has an established relationship with the district. Any questions on them thus far? Go ahead.
So, were these the people, wasn't the issue with the tennis court that there was some kind of underlying problem with the, the subsurface or whatever you wanna call it, I can't remember the term. that you
Unsuitable
used.
soils?
Unsuitable soils,
Is
yeah.
that it?
Thank you, yeah. So, were they responsible for testing that before the tennis courts were done, or,
No.
okay,
The there's a couple different factors to that, but the key takeaway on unsuitable soils is general is normal and customary for the typical contracts, including the one we just awarded, the district just awarded, to include an allowance for X amount of cubic yards, and those are based upon the tests that are performed by the geotechnical engineer, and that would be under K&W Engineers, I guess realm, swim lane. The David Blackmore is your third-party representative, in that this is unsuitable, this should be suitable, and provide that type of on-site, no, this isn't good, this is something that we might need to get the civil engineer or the professional engineer on record involved. They're the third-party independent eyes and ears on the job site. Great question. Anybody else?
Who are the other people? Do you publish them? Or?
We typically do not post them in a presentation like this, but those people are identified in your board packet. We traditionally would defer that, how that is communicated to each individual district and your past practices or policies. Because it's an RFP, some districts hold it back, some districts don't. It's not a public opening per se like we just had with the actual contracts that we awarded.
And I don't actually believe the information's in here. I mean, I would encourage you to look at it, but I think on the bottom of page 2, it mentions it, but it only mentions the winner as well. So,
and
We'll
it's
follow up on that.
actually all the way in the back there, this table. The print is tiny, the results of RFP response from geotechnical.
Right.
that's it.
Great eyes.
It's just tucked in the
Yeah.
back.
There's a spreadsheet here, yeah. Thank you, Mrs. Combs.
So moving on into 2023 projects, we're third tonight on the maintenance, storage and salt shed project. We wanted to update the committee on design features and design changes and updates from our last meeting. We're all lined up for a couple key dates related to this. The team's currently focused in on 2 key dates. One, this is this Thursday's Planning Commission meeting with East Rock Hill Township. And, Mr. Cormack, you still should be in attendance with us, as well as with the administration. The other key date is April 18th, which is 1 week from today, for a couple different milestones on that particular date. One, it is and have that multiple month-long process commence. Ideally, we picked April 18th because of it is the critical path activity from approvals. We anticipate a 6-month duration on this with the various agencies, and obtaining a approval 6 months from April should put us in mid-October, which should support a late fall construction start. The alternative, if that gets too far delayed, is the other option or the other potential construction start of March-ish of 2023. It's about a 5-month delay. We're trying really hard to get to a position where we can start ahead of the winter, because nobody wants to start in the winter. April 18th also represents the deadline for the East Rock Hill Township May Planning Commission agenda. And the intent is to submit the formal submission. April, this Thursday, is a sketch plan. We're on the agenda for sketch plan review. And this submission is the actual formal review for the big meet at the May Planning Commission meeting. And then April 18th is also our internal deadline to allow us sufficient time to prepare a detailed estimate for our facility meeting in May. Letters have been prepared by the district to go out to the immediate neighbors. Kelly, about 7?
Yeah, I hand-delivered about 7 letters to the residents, just so that they're aware of the meeting at the Township Planning Commission. It'll help them come out to, if they have comments, so that everyone can put their comments out on the table at one time, so it doesn't delay our process. And we just wanted to be good neighbors, share that information with them, and invite them to the meeting.
And you're also holding a community meeting.
The week after, at that meeting, we'll announce it, and I did in that letter that I presented to them, that the 21st, is that the right date?
Correct.
Correct.
That we're gonna have them on site to physically see where the buildings will be placed, and it's just another hands-on, get a good look at what we're trying to accomplish.
Well, I just really appreciate that you've really sought out the community that's nearby, because they expressed some concerns, and you've been very forward multiple times, inviting them in and having conversations, so we really appreciate that. Thank you.
Well,
It's a great lead-in. We wanted to emphasize that April 21st community meeting. There was a tremendous turnout in the December community meeting when we were on the first go of the project was just the salt storage, the salt shed. The combined project, we're hoping for the same, if not better, turnout on April 21st, at 10:30 at the maintenance facility, same conference room. So we're hoping to encourage everybody to get the word out. We will certainly be emphasizing that at the Thursday Planning Commission meeting, but if anybody can get word of mouth around the community, this is a very integral part of the project. It's an integral part of the design process. It's also an integral part of being transparent with the trusted community members. That being said, wanted to hand it off to Bruce to quickly touch base on all of the design changes that happened in the last 30 days or so.
Sure. So programmatically, there hasn't been any changes with the building. It's basically a six bay. It's mainly storage and parking for the maintenance vehicles. There's an additional work bay. So 5 of the bays serve as the parking, and there's an additional work bay. And the perimeter has heavy-duty metal shelving for other storage needs for Kelly and the maintenance. The exterior building materials are decorative face block, metal panels, and it's standing seam roof for both. The building to the left is obviously your pre-engineered metal building. That's the maintenance building, and the smaller building that's somewhat taller is the salt shed building. You may have seen images of that before, but again, that's got a concrete base 10 feet high to accommodate the salt, and above that is decorative block. We're using and showing earth tones right now, as that was a preference by the community earlier in December. But you've got the three sides there, and basically that's the proposed layout that we're heading into the township with.
Other key things to note on the design is the location of the salt shed is nearly twice as far from the property line as the first version, last presented in November and December to the community. So that's another accommodation. Bruce has mentioned the earth tone colors was a great request and feedback that we were able to accommodate alongside with the administration from a design perspective directly from that December community meeting. why these community meetings are very important. We do take these seriously. We try to accommodate everything that comes about. And most importantly, it's an opportunity, as Kelly said, to actually walk the actual project site and get a feel for it for themselves. The stormwater issues related to the site in the next slide are not shown, but are still being addressed through the paving project. The paving for next year, I'm focusing on the right side before we jump into the left side. On the right side is still the maintenance facility and the proposed project with the combined salt storage shed is a repavement of the entire existing lot. We're not increasing the existing parking lot, notwithstanding the new asphalt that's essentially, for the most part, within the existing fence enclosure that exists today. The paving there will still, the stormwater design has still factored in the runoff that even comes from Fifth Street. That was another big point that was brought up by the community at that December meeting, which we were able to identify that was not and would not be attributed to because of this project. It was just an existing condition that exists. It's just, there's no curb. The water comes from when you have one of these large rainstorms in the summer, comes from Fifth Street, comes down that asphalt, and we in this project will be able to address that in addition to the requirements as required by the ordinance, the stormwater management ordinance, in this design. They wanted to also highlight that in this plan view under Area 3, there's a fence there. That fence is not part of the design currently. There is no fence. It's meant to be open with the addition of the overhead doors. The administration, and we concurred with that assessment, felt there was ample security as everything's being stored inside. No need to have a fence around that. You kind of see it today. Jumping into the left side, it's a continuation of what we talked about in previous committee meetings, the expansion of the student parking lots. Again, this is 2023. We show them on the same slide for economies of scale. It's our intent currently to recommend bidding out later this fall, early winter, the asphalt prime contract for both areas as one for, again, 2023 installation. The design team has not updated some of the design changes that the administration and the design team has worked through recently, because of our intense focus on the April 18th previously mentioned deadline that we've imposed upon ourselves, as well as for some submissions upcoming for the May agenda for the project. Once we get past that, they'll turn their heads towards this again. Namely, specifically to call out a couple of them is the driveway extension around the corner of the Academy corner, where the driveway will come up there in the top right to the right of where it says Lot 2, as well as any type of coordination with any temporary salt storage locations at this particular spot for 2022 going into 2023 while the construction of the salt storage shed is across the street.
Do we have a stormwater control design yet for the whole project, for the salt area?
For the salt area?
Yeah.
We do. I'm not sure if we have all the calculations per se, but we're going to need them for
Okay.
Monday.
Right.
But I believe we've done the calculations initially, and we do have that basin shown on a couple plans.
Is there a basin associated with this? I mean, just trying to get a better handle on it. Is it going into a specific area, or is it a basin that holds it?
Sure. We may recall in December it was a basin with that was, I believe, an infiltration. Forgive me without Carolyn here. I'm going to try to do my best of recollecting that past. It was an infiltration basin meant to allow water to be absorbed in the ground and would outfall only on large rain events. The community meeting had requested a more containment or, forgive me, I lost my
It's a
train.
detention basin.
Detention basin, where the water would not seep into, into the actual berms of the basin. There's a couple other design restrictions that we are trying to be mindful of. Namely, if you get too high on a berm, you have to put a fence around it. East Rock Hill Township has identified that that would be a item that they would not like to be included in the design. So we're trying to work with the grades on that. We're trying to pick up all of the stormwater on the entire property, north, I guess uphill of the project site, even though it is outside the limits of the disturbance of the project and in excess of what the district is required to account for stormwater-wise because of the project. Again, this is another above and beyond, I would put it, that the district's trying to do for not just its property, but in consideration of the community, is address much more stormwater management than it is required to because of the project itself. And then the last item is we're also, and we were talking about this not too long ago, looking at ways of taking the single large basin and making that in lieu of a big large detention, which would still not hold water like the pond does on that property, but hold water longer until it dissipates. But utilize maybe a smaller area and make that maybe a secondary or a child basin, if you were, a minor basin that would treat and pull and detain the water that would be directly attributable to the salt storage and not cause an increase of cost for the entire site, now that we're taking into consideration much more than just the project from a stormwater management. So we're trying to cherry pick what actually does need from a stormwater management perspective, detain that, and use the large one, so that would outfall into the detention basin would outfall into the infiltration basin where you have your plantings and whatnot, just like we had shown before, and mitigate costs but still address stormwater management overall, both for the community but also for the district's interests.
Worst case scenario with the salt shed, if something would happen, is that being addressed? A worst case scenario? When your guys blows through a wall. Again, I'm looking at it from the community standpoint, worst case scenario, how do we deal with that? I mean, will the stormwater handle a worst case scenario if salt leaks out of the shed? I think that's a concern of the residents, so.
Right, it was very much a concern of the residents at the December community meeting. Some of the design changes that the community should take note of, and I want to go backwards if you don't mind.
Sure.
There's a couple significant design changes in here from what they saw in the committee saw in December. One, there is a overhead coiling door at the front entrance of the salt shed. The previous design had that open to the air. So, despite it being covered, the salt in that earlier design would have been exposed to moisture, humidity, and whatnot. Also, there's more likelihood of dribbling salt out, whatnot from there. Here with the overhead coiling door, it's contained, and when it's not in use, it's secure. It's protected from the elements. Two, there's a trench drain immediately outside that's very hard to depict here, and even if it's not in the rendering, forgive me for the glare, it's in the plans on the civil side, to collect any runoff or whatnot from salt spillage during actual loading operations, and that would be going right into that detention minor basin that we just mentioned earlier, and have any solids collected in that trench drain. So that it be collected, cleaned out, and prevents it from even making it to the stormwater basins, and then even further prevents it from further downstream. Additionally, from blowing through the wall or whatnot, the first 8 feet, I believe it's 8 feet, right? It's
No,
7.
10 feet. Yeah, it's 10 feet high, it's solid concrete. The decorative block is above.
Okay, all right.
So that salt shed is grown in size. There's more room for forgiveness. It handles 100 tons of salt. The minimum we need for that is 30 by 30. It's now like 40 by 30 something to provide a little bit more breathing room in there. The concrete wall was raised from 8 to 10. And like Andy had mentioned, I think there was a desire just to have it enclosed. So that overhead door was added. And that door is 16 feet wide by 20 feet high. And that's to accommodate the trucks. So beyond,
Because we want to hear it.
yeah, beyond that, and, you know, the drains, you know, we're trying to cover.
It's always challenging to how much detail you want to get into. You know, people nodding off, but some additional things that, since you had asked. One of the benefits of actually combining the two buildings and combining the two projects, this, you know, as people may recall, the maintenance facility was on a much further down the stream timeline. Is that when the original design for the original location of the salt storage shed, there was a lot less asphalt. It was a tighter space for the trucks to turn around, to get loaded, to turn around, and still operate the skid steer consistent with the current operations that the district has when they're loading during salting operations. By combining and sharing that same space immediately in front of the maintenance doors that you see here, the maintenance bays and the salt storage bays, you're able to actually give a lot more room to those salting operation truck drivers. And so when you give people more room and they're able to attend, it's more likely for them to be able to pay attention to what they're trying to do than any distractions, whether it's trees or edge of asphalt or whatnot.
What changed in March? The proposal was 5 bays, 2 vehicles deep, 10 vehicles total, equipment and vehicle storage only, no service bays. So did something change? I mean, it's good that you have a service bay, but what changed from the March proposal?
Yeah, I'm not sure that was accurate. It always had 6 bays. It was 5 bays for parking, and then there was an additional work bay,
Okay.
from what I understood. So it was a total of 6 bays.
Mr. Harper, is that correct? There have been no changes?
There, no changes. The only things that we've looked at, and the 5 bays is parking, and the remaining bay is for the equipment to handle the salt and trailers, grounds equipment, so that's always been the design.
So, how do they load the trucks? They have
Like a skid loader.
skid loader?
Yeah.
Okay. And so they go in there, come out with it, and does the truck go into this facility?
The skid loader would.
Would,
The
but-
trucks stay outside.
So then they load it and they dump it, and they miss some of it, where does that go?
That's right,
2 things. One, it could get swept and pushed back into with the skid steer, back into the shed. And then the second one is, as I think you earlier mentioned, was the trench drain. It's an L-shaped trench drain that is positioned in front of not only the salt storage shed, but also any of the bays. It's
So all the
exterior.
runoff goes through there.
Right, and so essentially it would be collected in there if any debris that was missed, and that trench drain would be able to be cleaned and emptied out.
And again, the depth of that has increased, so there's more forgiveness up front. The salt can be pushed further back. And graphically, what you're seeing in front of the salt shed there in the white is a concrete apron.
Right. And that's that, where's the drain in relation to that? Is that
It's-
From the apron,
the front of it?
Yeah.
right? That brings up a great point. I think it is important to reiterate what Bruce just said. The depth has increased, so the skid steer in the previous design would have had to have been parked outside. And a lot of times, sometimes it's parked inside, sometimes it's parked outside, depending upon how congested the existing facility is across the street. By increasing the depth in this particular design, which we did not have that luxury earlier, the skid steer, which would have salt residue or whatnot on it, would be parked inside the structure. The other thing to highlight here, and this is again another item that came about from the community meeting. Again, please come to the community meeting on April 21st, I think 10:30 at the district maintenance facility. Is there was some solid questions about building height. And in this particular design, we were able to lower the elevation, not the overall height of the building, but because it's a combined project, we were able to position the salt storage shed not only further away from the property line, but also at a lower elevation, so that while it is, you said it was higher earlier, I would argue it's probably pretty close.
Well, the opening at the front of the storage shed got larger too. The depth increased and the opening got a little larger for more forgiveness. The height of the salt shed's 20 feet.
But from the property line, the perspective visually from the property line is that it would actually be a lower, it's less prominent because the base elevation is lower. Great questions. Let's keep them coming.
How much more?
This is the stuff I like talking about. So.
How much more is this costing because of the change?
because of the
How
changes.
much more? Yeah, I mean, it's a bigger building, it's higher
The
do we know that yet? Or?
Not specifically.
No.
That's what we're going to get into in the weeds in May, on the May 11th, the May committee meeting. So that's going to be the long one. We're going to get into the details of dollars on this, as well as details of dollars on the potential elementary school air conditioning projects.
We're in the design development phase right now. So we're getting those packages put together both on the architectural side, the structural side, and the civil side. So SiteLogic can put cost to it.
Any other question, folks?
How much snow are we getting next year?
Excuse me?
I just asked how much snow we getting.
Dave, if you can predict that, I want to know beforehand.
It's great involving the community. Most developers won't do that much, I think it's.
If you hadn't heard, there's a community meeting in April 21st. You should come. Last month, we showed a more condensed version of these dates. It's just another point of reference. The very small and tiny orange arrows in the left margin are just the upcoming ones. And this is just the same thing we talked about earlier. We got this Thursday with the township. Wanted just to highlight, again, we're going to be talking of numbers at the next committee meeting. At that time, we'll also have the feedback from the April Planning Commission meeting. We'll also have feedback prepared to talk about as well at the May Facility Committee. The results and the feedback from the April 21st community meeting. So we got a lot of things to cover in May. The 2023 projects, we're just highlighting tonight just that we're continuing to refine the list with the administration, with Kelly and Sean's assistance. No new changes or updates to this particularly at this point. Since last month's facility meeting, we have had some significant progress on the south kitchen, and we'll hand that off to Bruce to cover.
So, real quickly, what this graphic represents, if you see the dashed lines, they are actually the existing walls in the kitchen, and they're showing them to be demolished, and what's hatched in dark gray are the new proposed walls. Some of you may have seen a conceptual plan for the new kitchen design earlier this year. I think there was one developed in January. The profile of those walls are consistent with that conceptual design for the new equipment. And what we've been doing is just verifying bearing wall locations there. There was some question about the existing walls and whether or not they were bearing or not. So I was out there with a structural engineer, and we took a look at some things. And the good news is that the walls that were shown to be removed, with the exception of what's highlighted there in the bottom left, there's a steel beam there that needs to be carried by some wall. This does not really impact what was shown earlier in January for design. The only other question we had was there are some electrical panels in some of these walls. We're going to verify that they are specific to the equipment, the food service equipment themselves, and not tied to any other area of the building. Site Logic was gonna be good enough to go ahead and start to investigate that. I know Dennis was thinking about getting out there today, I don't know if he did or not, but, that's,
He's shaking his head no.
okay, so.
I got an inside
Okay.
source.
So,
Shaking his head.
that's where we are, once we get that verified, and I think that's already been looked at least once by the food service director, and presented by Ken and reviewed with Kelly earlier, so we're hoping that this is ultimately the plan, but what you should see next is, yeah, the walls, the new walls, and the layout of the equipment within the kitchen space itself, once we get those confirmations. That's where we are.
Thanks, Booth.
Yeah.
Anything to add, Kelly?
No, just that this is one of the oldest kitchens in this district, and changing walls and things really just came down to trying to create a better environment. All the appliances that they need in there fit in the space better, just functions better overall in this plan.
Any questions? So this is the summary slide I mentioned earlier. Looking forward, at the April 25th board, the consideration for the geotechnical agency approval, as well as the 3 agreements with East Rockville Township. And then looking further forward to the next facility committee meeting in May. Talk numbers, but we'll also be presenting some professional services agreements with SiteLogic for the various design services, and it would also include the pending design, or the pending credit related to transportation costs and the facility rentals for the tennis courts, just for the season. Any questions?
Thank you. No questions? Do we need a resolution approval?
Did you say, I'm sorry, you said it, and as soon as you said it, it went right out of my head. For the tennis court, you need how many days in a row for?
It's about an 8-day installation overall. We've been able to, with the tennis court installer, through the district's prime contractor, identify basically 4 and 4. And that we could have an extended period of time between the two and not affect the warranty, the quality of the installation, or the quality of the product. And so it's 4 days that we need of solid 50 degrees above and rising, both including overnight and during the day, dry weather. And
Dry weather too.
Yeah, good luck.
We're looking
yeah,
at May or June,
Yeah.
below 50. So one night it goes to 48, they reset the clock.
we were really hopeful for this week, to be honest with you. We really were ending last week, going into this week, really, really hopeful. And as you can see, it's very clammy.
The next items on the agenda, do they relate to what you just talked about? In
Yes.
terms of the approvals? Okay.
Yes.
Great.
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
Thank you as
Thank you.
always.
Appreciate it.
So you're speaking to them?
Yeah. Yep, I can.
Great.
You ready? The next item on the agenda is, next 2 items are in relation to the projects that Andy was just talking about. The first is the East Rock Hill Township Development Agreement. Thank you. And this is basically our agreement with the township to guarantee the installation of the public improvements for the high school, middle school, campus paving projects that are underway. The second agreement is the stormwater management agreement for the same project. This, if you recall, this entire paving campus-wide project is a 3-year phase. So these agreements are set up for the 36 months to 3 years to carry us through the 3 summers of the paving projects here on this campus. so it takes care of, and then the next item on the agenda is the letter of credit that we're putting in place with Township, which is also in the developer's agreement that says that we must put that in place. So those are the three items that we, as a district, have to prove to get put in place for the township to give us the final sign off and give us the building permits and so forth, the permits, I should say, to start our summer paving projects for the next 3 years. So this is the last step of that process, and as Andy was just talking about, we're starting that process over again for the project across the street. So once we get to next summer, or get through that process, we'll have the same three agreements to put in place. So this letter of credit that we have to put in place is just under $2 million, just under $1.9 million, and it will stay in place throughout the process. I prefer or recommend to you the letter of credit instead of an escrow, because in an escrow we would have to put the cash on hand with the township. The letter of credit allows us to put the money aside in our bank at QMB, our local depository, put the money aside, it remains in our accounts, it remains earning interest for us, yet it is just earmarked for the township. And it will cause us to have to keep more money in that, in that institution to cover our normal processes. But it's better than having it not in our institutions at all. So
It's in our control.
it's in our control, and we can earn interest.
And Sean, the purpose of that is if we don't complete the project, and then the township has the funds to be able to complete it.
Yes, sir. Yep. They would take the funds and use those to complete the project if we failed to do the work that we're agreeing to do for the public good. So
And all these have been approved by our solicitor too?
yes, all three have been reviewed by the solicitor. Yes.
Good.
Mhm.
So this, if we approve them on April 25th, that will, because the meeting on Thursday night with East Rock is going to be, are we seeking the final thing, or?
So this coming Thursday night is
It's a
the
different project.
is the project across the street. Yeah.
All right,
Now, these documents are on this month's East Rock Hill Township meeting. Marianne agreed, or said that she would put them on there, and then we will approve them on the 25th, so that they're both done in April. So she was willing to put them on the township agenda before we get to our meeting, knowing that our meetings just happens to fall after theirs. And she was very, very,
Accommodating.
thank you, accommodating for her.
okay.
Yep, so that we don't have to delay another month, so.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, she's a wonderful help. Marianne is a great help, so very good to work with.
Any other questions on that?
So we'll
Okay.
approve it.
Should approve all three of them?
Yeah, we'll have to approve all three of them, and then on the 26th, the next day, on the 26th, Mrs. Cullen and Mrs. Chenoweth and I will meet with the representative from QMB Bank that we're working with to sign the documents for the letter of credit. And then it'll be all done.
Sounds good.
Okay, number 4 on our agenda is the TIC Migration Research Study.
Turn that over to
I'm
Kelly.
assuming we'll throw it over to you.
So we were approached by the TIC Research Lab. It's from East Stroudsburg University, and they are looking for some sites to do TIC research. Being that we're at an ideal location, there's a lot of trees, wood area that ticks are naturally found in. They asked us if we would be willing to participate. So really, it's the board's decision if you want this to move forward. If we say yes, they will go ahead and start their process, which they really put bait stations up about 10 feet into the wood lines behind the property here. And it has to do with white mice. A lot of interesting things I learned out of this, but apparently white mice are one of the largest carriers of ticks. So they have bait stations, they do their whole scientific process of collecting. I think they're looking to do it's a food supplement for the mice that's like a vaccine for ticks to stop reproduction. So it's a whole scientific study, and it's about reduction of ticks and Lyme's disease and those things. I think it's a good idea, but it's up to the board if you want to support this process.
And we learned that the boxes are 10 feet in the woods, they are well marked, and they are locked.
Correct, non-toxic, so there's no harm to any students. I don't expect students in the woods, but there'll be several bait stations there. It's a weekly visit that they come and they collect the samples and refresh them. And yes, I don't see any harm to our students or staff, but it does seem like a good thing to try to reduce the tick
And
population.
the drawing on page 4 of the attachment on the agenda does show that it's basically along the back of this property, all here and north.
Correct.
It says it's for 5 years.
No, it's a one-year process, I believe, at least this agreement part of it. The study may take longer, but this is the initial capturing of data so they can analyze it and see if it's effective. And I'm sure they reevaluate it every year to see where do they go next.
Okay, yeah, so that's their one research question is after 5 years. Are there any people that would be on the premises when students are here?
So the agreement, I would say yes. So the once-a-week visit, they would come here, check in with security, and the team from East Stroudsburg University would go up to their bait stations because they have to check them and do their whole process there, but they would check in with security and they would be aware, everyone will be aware where they are. So I don't see any safety issues there either.
I'm just wondering, I mean, they'll follow the same rules that we have for anybody else that comes into our buildings to work with
Correct,
us.
yep.
There's no cost to this?
No, not to
I didn't
us.
think so.
How do we know it is non-toxic? I mean, where's the, like, if it rains on it, does it leak or, I mean, I just,
True.
do they have research on that or?
So I imagine it's something that's inside these stations, and they didn't show me one, but they're on concrete blocks, and I imagine something like you see outside of a restaurant where it's something that captures rodents and things. So it's all self-contained and waterproof, and
Well, I just want to know why it's not, I mean, if they had research on that, it's fine.
This is an interesting company. It's actually a privately held company that works with the university, and they've done tick studies for the last almost 8 years. So they've been around for a while, and it's well received by the community. Anyone have any problems with moving forward with that?
I think it's a great opportunity.
Okay.
very good.
Get rid of some ticks.
Like the eagle bags, right?
Obsolete items?
Last thing we have on facilities tonight are the obsolete items. Grass Elementary School, we have a library weeding log, that'll go to public surplus for sale. Sellersville Elementary School, a library weeding log, again to public surplus, and an old adding machine that we're disposing of. And the last one is the high school. We have a microfilm reader and cabinet that we no longer use. Our wish is to donate this piece of equipment through Sellersville Borough for it to end up at the Sellersville Museum, where they still have microfiche, and they are in need of this and are very welcome to have. They would very much like to have it. So our high school librarian, Ms. Maderi, made the contacts and set that up. So kudos to her for reaching out to the community. Something we could maybe get $10 on public surplus, but if we can keep it in the community, I'd rather recommend we do that.
It's a win.
Oh, we get a write-off?
We get it right well. We don't pay taxes.
Are we allowed to donate? Are we
We-
allowed to make donations?
Yes, we can because we're donating it to the borough of Sellersville. We are able to donate to other governments and through either other school districts, boroughs, townships, county government, state government. We can donate and transfer property back and forth. So yes, that's a good question, but thank you.
Any other concerns the committee members have?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll move forward. Our next scheduled meeting, the Facilities Committee meeting is May 3rd, 2022. Thank you.
Well, ready for fun?
We find just moving straight on to finance? Okay.
All right, let's start the finance committee. Do we have any public comment? Would somebody be so kind as to check?
No.
I don't think so, but I'm just gonna say, so read the 903 policy or not. If not, we can move forward with the Upper Bucks County Technical School tentative budget. Dr. Herrera and Ms. Hoplich.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Hi, I'm Michael Herrera, and I'm currently serving as the acting executive director at UBCTS.
And I'm Teresa Hoplik, I'm the acting business manager.
We're very honored to present tonight's proposed budget on behalf of our fantastic faculty and staff, talented student body, very supportive business and industry partners, Dr. Bolton, members of this Board of Education, and our JOC. We believe the proposed budget serves the needs of students, faculty, our local business and industry, and the community. As career and technical educators, we fall under the auspices of both education and workforce development. We have a lot to be very proud and thankful for at UBCTS. We're at full capacity next year with the waiting list of over 100. Our students score exceptionally well on standardized tests and leave with multiple industry recognized certificates. Our students are college and career ready with strong partnerships with Bucks County Community College, Del Valle University, and we place over 85 students in our School to Work program even during the pandemic. Our students perform very well at the state and national competitions. Again, this year we have a Pennsylvania gold medal winner that will be sending to the national competition in Atlanta, Georgia, along with 14 other state medal winners this year.
6 of them are Penrith students who have been invited to our board meeting at the end of the month. Hopefully you'll get to meet them.
I'll go through this, sorry. Our priorities for next year including continue to ensure all students are college and career ready by increasing rigor and relevance, focusing on student achievement, innovation and improved programming, brand and reputation. We have 0 students that have to attend UBCTS, but hopefully next year we'll have close to 900 that choose to come to the tech school. So brand and reputation is essential for us. We're very big on strategic enrollment management and ensuring that we're serving the needs of the community. Culture and climate will be a priority, along with customer service. We want to make sure we serve the community, parents, students, etc. Our goals, developed through our comprehensive plan process, allow us to honor our storied past, acknowledge our present, and design our future. So we plan and will develop high-quality, relevant curriculum to meet the needs of our learners and communities to improve the instructional core, which is teacher, student, and content. We want to continue to improve culture and climate so our community can feel seen, valued, and heard. And we will continue to focus on enrollment and attendance through authentic, relevant opportunities. One of my favorite CTE quotes is, we not only prepare students for the real world, but we provide them while they're in our school. So we have wonderful live work, restaurants, bakery, etc. Really want to get involved with that TIC project with our biotech, and that's it. So our students, especially in CT, have that hands-on, those real-world experiences. So if we can partner with them, we'll be thrilled. We created a new exercise science program. Proud to state that they're fully enrolled for next year. And I will turn it over to my colleague, Teresa. Okay, yeah, sorry.
Okay. So this year's budget, I'm sorry, because I can only see either far or close, so I'll be going up and down here. This year's budget will show a 7.81% increase over the last year, And our assumptions on the expenditures, the major assumptions were in this salary and benefits. As Dr. Herrera said, there is a new exercise science program we're starting. There's additional facilitator positions. We're looking to hire 4 additional facilitators. And then the business office staff will be brought back in-house from the Bucks County IU. So then you'll also see on the professional service that there is a decrease in that line item because of the IU's services. On the property and repairs, there's an increase with the custodial contract, and then we're looking to do repairs to the roof. For supplies, there's an increase in material costs, and also because there's an increase in enrollment that we'll see, increases across those lines. We're looking to update software for maintenance, security, and time clock, and then of course there is an increase in the energy costs. So right now we're paying $1.51 for oil, and the budget shows at $3.50 per gallon for oil, and unfortunately last week we paid $3.94 for oil. So that is something that we're going to be looking into and trying to keep our eye on that. For the dues and certifications, we're increasing opportunities for students for their certifications. You'll see under the interfund, there's a potential for food service. We're unsure about waivers, if they're going to go away. There's, I know, talk about, possibly them not going away now, but as of that time, we have $90,000 built in for a transfer from the general fund to the food service fund. You'll see a repayment for the ag building renovation. That's money that the JOC had approved that the money was going to come from fund balance. And so you'll see later on down that how much Penridge is getting back for that piece. And then the budgetary reserve, the JOC did increase the budgetary reserve line by $300,000 to be determined for additional support of additional enrollment. So this will show the debt service, the showing the STEB market for the 3 sending districts. The 2014 bond was refunded and replaced with a general obligation bond of 22. The tech school will still be responsible to report those payments to PDE for the PlanCom reimbursement. And then Penridge's portion of the 2015 bond is 59.68%, which is $143,000.
I'm sorry, could you go back just one slide?
Sure.
Mr. Dauber, could you very briefly describe the 2 different formulas that are used in terms of percentages, where we use the 5, well, I'm not sure who should do it, but, right, this is the first time we're going through this with some new board members, and so I know when we're talking about the STEB, we should also talk about what that stands for, since not everybody knows what STEB is, but maybe they do, as well as then when we get to the 5-year rolling average, that there really are 2 different formulas that go on that show 2 different percentages. So I just thought we might want to explain those up front because we move back and forth in this presentation.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. And jump in when I mess this up, please. Teresa deals with it a lot more than I do, but 2 different calculations. Dr. Bolden said one calculation is for the operating expenditures of the tech school, and that's based on an average of 5-year enrollment. And that one you'll see Teresa will explain, and she'll show the 5 years of each district's enrollment. We average that out, and that's how we come up with the percentages of what each district pays for that year's operating expenditures.
And that is not on this
That's
slide.
not on this slide.
Okay.
That's
We'll see
that's actually been one that we have been going up on because we've been sending more students. So our impact has been slowly, because that 5-year average has been slowly impacting, but you can see, you'll see our costs are going up more than the other districts because we're increasing our students, which is a great thing. We're sending more kids to programs that they want to be in, so you can never argue with that. Now this one is how debt is paid for at tech school, and that is based on the STEP data, which is basically the value of properties in each sending district. That's where we end up with a much higher percentage than we do in the enrollment average. Our percentage of the market value or the STEP data is almost 60% compared to the other. Well, actually, compared to Quakertown, because Palisades does not have any outstanding debt for the tech school. When this debt was put in place, Palisades paid their portion with cash from their funds that they had. So this 2015 issue, when it was put in place, it was just Penridge and Quakertown that took that issue out. And this is a small issue that has 4 years left on it. And ours is about $143,000 a year. And when we looked at this issue, our PNC friends looked at this issue when we did the 2014 issue. Thank you. When we did the 2014 issue, and this was just so small that there wasn't enough savings there. The savings was like less than $10,000. So we as a school district are going to save about less than $10,000, and there was a whole bunch of other people, bankers and so forth, that were going to make money on us putting new debt in place. We just kind of backed off and said it doesn't make sense for us to refinance that portion. We'll just let it go. There's not enough savings there to the district to pay out the costs and so forth. So that's really the difference in the two calculations. Is that fair?
What's the top one? You said the 50 for the bond. What's the top chart?
So the top one is actually that market value,
Yes.
and then what happens is they use the proportion of that because Palisades has to be taken out of it.
Right.
And so proportionally to Quakertown, that's basically a 60-40, which is what goes into that bottom piece.
Because of that.
Yeah.
The cost of
Yeah.
This can change. This can change up and down. But what we did was we kind of took our risk out of this when we took the 2014 issue and refinanced it on our own. Now we have permanent debt in place with exact amounts, payback amounts. When these issues, it can fluctuate up and down a little bit based on the market values. So with the bigger issue, we know exactly what we're going to pay for the next 4 or 5 years. This one can go up and down a little bit based on those values. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I apologize. Thanks.
And just to be clear, that formula was just for this outstanding debt. If the tech school is to take on any debt in the future, that funding formula has been changed, and we no longer use that funding formula.
Right.
Okay, I didn't hear that said, so I just wanted to make sure that was clear to everybody.
Thank you.
So then here's the prior year refund. So there's a formula that's used, and it is that the Central District's contributions are based off the prior year's revenues, and then any adjustments from the ending audit year would either increase or decrease the amount that would be owed back. And then it's plus the Act 1 index. So for the 2021 school year, there was an overage of revenues of $100,570. So then that will go back and be an adjustment, a credit to the 22-23 amount that's owed. So for Penridge, it's a $40,000 credit at 39.82%. And then at the bottom of the page, you'll see that is for the ag building renovation. So the JSC had made a board motion that those funds were going to come out of fund balance. So then for this year, it's $776,000. You'll see a check coming back in July for $309,326. And this is where the ADNs are calculated over the 5-year period. And then you'll see it's 311 is the 5-year average, although we have for the October 1st enrollment for Penridge at 344 students. So as the years have gone on, you'll see that there's been an increase in enrollment going. So that'll affect the difference in the percentage of calculation. And then that's where you'll see how much the revenue was, and then the adjustments coming out for each of the schools, and then the total that each of the schools will pay in at the bottom there towards the revenue. And then the tech school revenue comes from basically the sending districts is the biggest amount. And then we have other vocational subsidies, we get reimbursements for the PSERS, the social security amount. And then we have a Perkins grant that we get $140,000. We usually use that towards the facilitators. And then this year we'll also be having the ARP ESSERS grant that we'll be putting towards the special ed staff and tuition for instructors. And then at the bottom, you'll just kind of see how it's the expenditures over the revenue, and it looks like we would have a $1.2 million deficit of expenditures over the revenues. It is pretty consistent kind of with the last few years that we have that, although as last year we did have $100,000 overage, so with different grants that we apply for, that can change. If you want to take money out of the fund balance to help offset some of the programs, that also can happen. So it's not like really that far out of whack, I would say. Plus we have the $300,000 in there for the additional to support the students that are coming in, because as Dr. Herrera said, we're looking at about 150 more students this year for 22-23 than we currently have. Okay. The next is for the capital fund. Any funds that are for a tech school a little bit different than the capital funds for school districts. They have 5 years to spend out the money. So there was a project from 14-15 that was done, so we really have to finish spending out the funds in that bank account and close that account down. There's roof work that is scheduled to be done either this year or next year over the summer. There's a switch project that if the switches come in for the 21-22 year, we'll do it then. If not, they'll be done over the summer. And then there's a small amount that will be left over that we can use for other projects. SiteLogic has been coming in. They did a complete comprehensive review at the tech school, and that report is being reviewed now by administration and the JOC.
And that's a similar 5-year,
So this will be
a similar list of projects like they've done for us in terms of.
So this will be the first time that we're kind of having them do that 5-year for us.
Wonderful.
Back to your budget, do you have to pass a balanced budget? I mean, you're having a negative budget, is that typical? What, as opposed to having a balanced budget and trying to figure out how you can make it work?
We typically do show a negative, so the money could come out of fund balance, but technically it really does come from the sending schools, so
Well, wouldn't that increase with the students? If you have additional students, wouldn't the schools then be providing additional funding for them?
in future years. So the way that funding formula is set up right now, it's based off of the revenues from like this year's revenue is calculated for next year. It's not really done by the expenditure piece.
So it's not done each year,
Yeah.
or you're behind.
Yep. Okay, and then for food service,
Yeah, well, I was gonna bring this up later, but, so we have to approve the budget for all 3 districts have to approve the budget for the tech school?
Each sending district,
Yes.
And who puts the budget together?
the administration
I do.
and the.
You do, okay.
Administration.
You do it, you don't do it.
Administration.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
understand it has to come from somewhere. So you if you come up with a deficit, then we have to approve putting more money in, or how does that work? Like, I'm doing
Where's the money
so-
come from?
Okay.
Yeah, where does the money?
So it's odd,
You
so we're
write the
sending a
check.
lot of money back, and that's typically what occurs.
We
and
send
so
money back? I saw
Well,
that.
some,
For the,
so for some years, so so I've only been there for the last 3 years, but if there's money left, the 1 year, we had to pay you guys back for last year, and then the previous year, there was like a $24,000 or $42,000 difference that you added to the budget for this current
Okay,
year.
but this is a lot more than that. This is 1.2 million.
And so far, we haven't been hitting those big dollar amounts, but again, we're starting a new program this year, so
Mhm.
obviously, staff for that, all the supplies for those kind of things are gonna come out of the budget for that. If the JOC approves, it can be taken from fund balance. There was, again, an additional $300,000 that was put in for extra staffing if we need to start other classrooms to take, and Dr. Herrera can talk more about that piece. But if we add more classes to take more students, then that's what the JOC had decided to.
You're investing to, so you can,
But it
but
seems like we
eventually
should,
that will improve revenue, right? I mean, it may not the first year, but you have more students, you'll get more.
Well, so revenue really is coming from you guys.
Right, I understand.
Okay,
But how many students, we're increasing the amount of students you can handle, then you have potential to get more money from the
Yeah,
city.
but that takes some time
It does.
to reflect.
The five different,
but it seems odd to pass a budget that's showing this deficit, you know what I mean? Like, it just seems not natural.
I mean, we're new, but
Yeah.
is this
It
happen
seems like
every
if
year?
you should find a way to make it, where somebody's gonna pay that money, there's gotta come from somewhere, right? So you can't, if you run out of money, what are you gonna do?
it comes to the 3 sending districts, the
So we-
next time down the path, down the road,
A year from now, or
after the audit.
So we sign up for something and, but you don't, it could be, you could spend more money, right? Or
Spend more
We-
than,
say you have a deficit because you invested in other things that counts to 1.5 million, then do we cover that or?
The JOC would have to approve it.
The JOC, yeah, which is, I
It's still-
understand how that works.
But in that situation, the JOC would be only the JOC approving that extra expenditure, not
Correct.
like how this budget goes. Refresh my memory, it has to be a majority of all 3, like you have to have at least 14 votes, but it can't be 14 from only 2 of them, right? How does it work?
So every district
we-
has to participate.
Every board has to have so many that approve it, but in the
That's the
situation
27.
you're presenting, that wouldn't be the case, it wouldn't actually come back to all 3 of us, correct? It would only be- I think what you're saying is that it would only be the JOC that would be voting on.
well, the
the
JOC
vote.
approves
Approve
it
the
to
budget.
come out to you guys to
Right.
then vote on it.
So that
this
would
is
be another
approved?
vote.
This-
Yeah.
What happens if one school district is like, I really think we should look at X and say we don't approve of this part? Is that just, how does that work then with the other 2 school districts? Or, like, cause we don't have combined discussions with them all together in a room, right? We don't all have one big
Can
large
I add
meeting.
can I add something here? It doesn't have to, the budget does not have to be approved by a majority of all 3 individual sending districts. It has to be approved by a majority of the total number.
27.
So when you think about each board has 9 board members for 3 boards, it has to be a majority of the 27. And that could mean, as happened in the past, Penridge at one point voted down a tech school budget, but the other 2 districts approved it. They had over the majority, so the budget passed even though Penridge did not approve it. So it goes by a majority of the whole. It doesn't have to be approved by individual districts. The only thing that needs to be approved by a majority of each of the 3 sending districts individually is a change to the Articles of Agreement.
And I do believe that it does have to be a majority of 2 of the 3 boards
Yes.
and a total of at
Mhm.
least 14
Yes.
votes, is that correct? Right.
Yes.
Yes, correct.
But how do we budget that if we don't know the results?
Sean loves those conversations.
What's that?
So we know what our requirement is for 22-23. It's in this document, so we have that in our budget.
Okay.
Now, if we get to the end of 22-23 and the tech school has a $500,000 deficit.
Well, they're projecting 1.2 million, so.
Okay, so the 1.2, that budget has everything in it plus the kitchen sink, right?
So why don't they go back and say, get the kitchen sink out, and so that we can get a
So
balanced budget?
there's other things that Teresa said about, they will apply for grants and so forth, and a lot of that $1.2 million will shrink. And it's a normal budget deficit at the beginning for the tech school budget to be around that. And every year, that shrinks down either by not spending things that are in the budget that could happen, or they receive other funding sources from grants and so forth that come in and shrink that deficit down. Then at the end of the fiscal year, after the audit's done, what will happen is when we start looking at the next year's budget, we'll look the tech school looks at the next year's budget and says, well, we had a deficit of $500,000. We'll start with funding that $500,000, the descending districts, and then after that we put in an increase for the index that we talk about each when we look at the budget. So the descending districts are saying that we'll fund it. If you end up with a deficit, we'll fund the deficit, and then we will increase your allowed. We will pay the descending districts will pay more money the next year up until the index, right? Because we're trying as sending districts to live within a budget,
Right.
and
So
live.
shouldn't we expect the same from the?
And that's what we're trying to do by setting those revenue numbers.
But then it seems like if they're anticipating getting grant, put a line item in there for grants anticipated, and then balance the budget with that, so that somebody can, because it seems a little bit artificial to some degree.
And there, yes, and then there's also, in the expenditure side, there's money in there for contracts that aren't put in place and so forth. And you always have to estimate high on those numbers because you don't know where they're gonna come in. And that's been, that is a year-over-year building thing. So it's hard, it's very difficult for Teresa to go to budget at tech school based on the fact that she doesn't have contract numbers to work with. But I mean, I'm very fortunate here that there's contracts in place that I know actual salaries for all of our employees moving forward, and I can budget for those. But for the tech school, it's very difficult. So when I say everything in the kitchen sink, that's what I'm talking about. Teresa has to budget for, she has to budget based on the worst case scenario, right? Because she doesn't know what the actuals are, or actuals are gonna be. And I think once those things get taken care of, budgeting will get easier, can become closer at the tech school, but it's
just hard to
difficult.
exercise our fiduciary responsibilities, I would
Sure,
think,
absolutely.
with numbers that it seems that they're not really good numbers.
Well, it seems like you're putting everything in and not using it all, which that leaves people up in the air. You don't do it that way.
We hope you we wouldn't. Why should we accept something different from the technical school than we accept from our own school district?
It's not that they're putting everything in that they're not going to. I mean, they're putting things in that the JOC has approved, and potentially additional teachers and additional programs that the JOC is saying that we may want or we may approve of, or then she has to put that in. And technical school teachers are it's very hard for them to find a technical school teacher and know what they're going to have to pay them until they find the person, because they're so experienced. It's very difficult to bring a master carpenter in and pay them at the beginning of the salary schedule, because they're going to make a lot more than that working in their industry. Whereas we have a little bit more control over when we bring in our staff members and knowing where they're going to fit. And it's a little easier for us to budget for them. Now, we'll have some people that will come in higher on the scale because maybe we can only find a calculus teacher that has 20 years experience. And yeah, we're going to have to pay that person. But we bring in so many more in a year that kind of averages out for us. So we're able to get pretty close in our budgeting numbers. It's very much difficult. I mean, Teresa's she's got a budget what the worst case scenario is could be, and it may not be that. So it's very difficult in a small organization like a tech school, because you lose that averages that you can work from.
Is it also true that at the tech school, the way the articles are written, the budget can only be developed with an Act 1 increase? You cannot develop a budget with more than an Act 1 increase in terms of revenue. Which means so you put in the 3.4%, which is what Act 1 is for this year, but because of the expansion at the tech school this year, the JOC has approved expenditures beyond that revenue, the only way to show that according to the articles is they can't, if they truly believe that's what they need in terms of expenditures, the articles does not allow them to show a balanced budget, because they can only show, unless they were to put in a line item that said potential grants. You know, I mean, you could do those as things, but then you're playing the same shell game in terms
But
of,
at least you feel
we
like
don't
we're passing
really
a
mean
balanced
that,
budget. is
right.
what you're saying.
But isn't that true that they really couldn't put in a 5% increase, even if they think that's appropriate, they being the JOC and the administration at the tech school, because the articles say you may only use Act 1 as that beginning increase. Is that fair to say in terms of that, or
I don't think the articles say that. I think it's just that whatever is really approved and needed is going to be bore by the 3 sending schools. So, and our costs are a little bit different than a sending school, because like our carpentry kids, if they cut a 2x4 and 2x4s went from $3 to $8, or steel is, I don't even know how much steel is right now. So each of those costs, as those kids are using those materials, they really have increased this year. So you're going to see a much higher anticipated cost. Now, will some of that cost come down? We would hope so, but I can't guarantee that will. So I need to make sure that the kids have the supplies that they actually need at the cost that we're really paying right now. Like plywood, I think that was up at $40 a sheet. The costs this year have just been so astronomical for us that I budgeted for increased students plus the increased cost, because each of our classrooms, we've tried to add 2 to 5 more kids than currently to get kids off the waiting list, so there's going to be more kids in the classes, plus the increased material costs. It's the same for food service, not just food service like ours, but the cafeteria, or the culinary programs and the baking programs. Like food costs are very high. I mean, that's what they do. That is their material. It's not like a regular, classroom. It's whatever the market is at this time is what their supplies are. So it is a lot more expensive.
As it sounds now, we're looking at 100 without additional staffing, which is sort of built into the budget. We're looking at 100 additional students right now. We're potentially, we're seeing that we could even get maybe 80 more students, because there's a lot of students that on the waiting list. We get the calls for parents saying, we want to come to the tech school and we want to have space for them. So right now, there's over 100 students on that wait list, and so that's part of built in this. Because of the enrollment admissions timeline, it's not, we're still exploring those avenues, and this budget will allow us to get more students off of that waiting list.
Well, that's important. That was another question I was going to ask later. Now, how do you handle all the demand that you're getting, which is several talk about?
No, but I think it's hard, because the whole purpose of setting a budget, there's a reason for it, right? Because you want to try and have a balanced budget, you want to try and then able to monitor it through the year to say, we can't spend more than was approved.
Correct.
So, but then there seems to be an incentive, at least as it relates to the tech school, to budget more expenditures than you might encounter, so that you can spend it that way, but then it's not
Can
on
I
the
add a
revenue
little
side.
context to this? I think what Dr. Bolton is talking about, there used to be, the Articles of Agreement does not speak to the Act 1 index, but there used to be a gentleman's agreement that required the increase in the budget each year to reflect that whichever district is seeing the highest increase, that increase would not exceed the Act 1 index, and then anything else to balance the budget would be pulled from fund balance. And then that became a cyclical problem every year that was completely deflating our fund balance. So the decision was made, and this can be changed any year. There's no rule to this. This is just kind of a decision that was made when we were talking about trying to get to a point where we're having a balanced budget, was to start increasing that total every year that everybody is paying by the Act 1 index until we, over the next few years, get to a point where the budget is completely balanced, because it was too much to make up that whole jump in one year. So that was kind of the unofficial agreement that people discussed as how can we get to having a full balanced budget by taking jumps that all of the districts can agree they can deal with and absorb on a yearly basis. So the intention is that a couple years from now, our budget will be completely balanced, and then it will be that we're paying whatever the budget actually is instead of there being a little bit of a gap that's being eaten up by fund balance. It was just a progression to get to that point.
Yeah, so I think that's what I was wondering is, we did have that, when Jordan, when you were asking if a school district, if one of the school boards would say no, that was the situation, I'm trying to think of what year that would have been, 2019, I guess, maybe, where we weren't really, we didn't want to keep drawing down that balance that we had, and so it was supposed to be fixed, but, I mean, I would hope that if we're saying it again, like if it can change at any time, then make that
My
the
problem with a budget, if you start a budget and not being able to cover it,
Mhm.
you're kind of like shooting for the stars and then, yeah, we'll make it up when,
Right.
on the
No,
next
I
year.
agree.
And that's not a way to run a business, but,
Yeah.
I mean, it should be planned out so that, hey, if there's a deficit, we need to fund it, but we should agree with that now.
Yeah.
So if it's less than 1.2 million, that's great, but if we're telling it,
So the Act One limit was put in place by really, the sending districts, business managers and superintendents said, our boards have to follow the Act One index. They can't go any higher than that. We can't raise taxes any higher than the Act One index. So it was really a theory to put in place to say that, okay, if we have a limit, our tech school should have a limit too. When they put their budget together, there shouldn't be a blank check that says, do whatever you want and the districts will pay for it. It is really a way to try to keep some grasp on the expenses at the tech school, for them just to not go, wild and the districts be basically sitting there forced to pay that bill and not really even having the ability in some cases to pay that bill if the amount was so much
how does
higher.
the Act One index work with, what can they?
It was Penridge that came to the table a couple of years ago and said, we don't want to continue this pattern, and so we wanted to start having a balanced budget, and that was kind of the compromise that we came to because all three sending districts couldn't afford to make that jump all in 1 year. So that's why it's kind of staggered over a couple of
So
years.
1 year to the next,
Or
you can go
more than a
up on the
couple,
budget more than the Act. This year you're going up 7%, right, in your, how much you're spending. So how does that,
Well, so 7% is because the other $300,000 was put in by the JOC's recommendation in case they need additional staff.
To get kids off the wait list, to make sure that all the students that were on the wait list, we
I
can.
understand that, I mean, it makes total, I'm not,
And it was a stretching out of the loan. Basically, the fund balance we had 3 years ago was, what was the total that we had in fund balance?
14.
It was,
Well, it's like 2.8 right now,
Yeah,
but then
but
the
we had-
765 will be coming out and going back to the sending schools.
Yeah.
So that'll bring it down to about a 2.1, 2 million. in
yeah,
fund
but a
balance.
couple years ago, we had
Three
6 or
some, it
7,
was like 3
3 or 4 million
Yeah.
sitting there. So they kept drawing from the fund balance for years to try and get closer to this. And I think it's like
that way of
slowly
budgeting
getting it there.
doesn't really help.
It would be
So
nice
is
to have
there,
it.
is there a way that you can write something that, because I hear what you're saying, you don't wanna give people a blank check to just, but on the other hand, when you have programs that rely on commodities that go up and down and, is there a way of writing the bylaws or, whatever or articles, I guess they're called, to make it so it can only apply to certain things? That you can't just say, well, we wanna build, a spot on the side of the
That's like fuel costs.
is there a way to limit it where you have to show that it's due to the supply?
It would be nice to see a breakout. If it is all this, and, like, you're not wasting any money, obviously, but it would be nice to know the increase in supplies, and this is part of the budget, and I don't know if that's bad.
So there is a slide in there that shows the different supplies, where is it? Get there. And it's the expenditure piece. Go ahead.
I don't believe anybody's disagreeing that there should be closer to a balanced budget. I believe it's just a matter of time to get to that point, and I believe it's kind of what it's come to. You know, instead of continuing to draw for the fund balance, because the fund balance will be gone eventually.
And I think we were starting to get there, but
Correct.
then with COVID, I hate to use that as the excuse, but, you know, supply costs have really,
Yeah.
just have
Yeah.
really gone up. And I think we've really kept everything, I think we're doing really well this year, so we're staying within, you know, our budgeted amounts with what we
Well,
have.
just, I mean, the budget last year, the deficit was 566.
Correct.
So we're going the opposite direction. If we're trying to, if the point was that each year we're trying to make it smaller and smaller, we're going the wrong way.
So then we added a new program for this year.
So we added $300,000, well, besides the new
We
program.
had set, now we're $700,000 higher than what we were
And
on the
then,
budget
right,
last year.
and then the 280-ish for the new program. So it was like 300 plus the 280 for the new
Yeah, so
program.
you're talking almost
And then
$600,000
increase the
between those two
costs.
pieces. Because the science and tech,
Exercise time.
thank you.
Life insurance.
And we, to your point, I mean, that's something that we can send back to the JFC and say, you know what, we don't want, because we're opening these additional programs and it's costing us additional money, we want to, you know, we don't want to, you know, grow that debt, you know, that the unbalanced piece of the budget. So we would prefer that, you know, we all pay more. We can certainly do that. We don't have to pay that amount that Mrs. Hopeless did the budget the way that, you know, at that starting point, and then we can all discuss amongst the sending districts, you know, if we want to pay it a little bit differently. And this would be a year to do that and to increase that amount, because we are opening an additional program and there is an expense to that. And so it's not just your typical increase.
Excellent.
Okay, then the food service, for this year, the 21-22 school year, Quakertown actually did, start having lunch back at the tech school. So there again are, right now it's free meals, so we're serving about 500 meals per day over there. Financially, they're doing quite well, the food service department, but next year with the meal waivers kind of up in the air, not knowing where we're gonna go, we did budget for, like I said, the transfer coming in from the general fund. And then you'll see there's a lot of differences between the budget for 21-22 up there. At the time the budget was made, we didn't know that Quakertown students were going to come have lunch at the tech school. So of course that did increase a lot of the costs on the supply side, but then it also increased the revenues. So we're doing okay in that area. But that's-
Is this budget's balanced? You know, so, you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I guess I could put a line in that would say, due from sending
Or
district.
something, yeah.
And
yeah.
make it look like a balanced budget.
Well, then not just make it, but
I mean-
show where you're expecting to get that revenue from.
Right,
Because there's obviously an expectation, but it's just not reflected in the budget.
right.
You guys really should show up at the school board, I mean, the tech school board meeting, they're great.
Yeah, no, I don't really want to.
But it's just, I'm just saying, they're good meetings.
They feed you too.
Does anyone
No,
have any-
that's only for the GSU members.
So as far as the cafeteria goes at the tech school, with the addition of the Quakertown kids, the Penridge kids, and over 100 additional students, do you have enough room in cafeteria to feed that many kids?
So that is something that we are looking at. Dr. Herrera has been in conversations to try to see other plans about that, but as of this moment, if we have, is it 353?
350. To your point with the increased enrollment, right, is something that we want to be strategic about. And so that's something we're working with all three sending schools. We have this conversation with the sending school superintendents about how to best serve those students and capacity in the cafeteria.
Okay, and then I just have one more question, because I hear you, I think we're all feeling it in our own homes with prices of food, all that stuff, and you have to make cuts where you can. So in the beginning, it talked about, the priorities and the goals, and on both the priorities and goals, it has school climate and culture listed. So I just wanted to know about or where I could find it, where there's more elaboration on what money's being spent and more specifics on that. I don't know if you have the answers for that. That's where I'm thinking. It was, I guess one of the goals was making sure that the students can be seen, what money budgets are we putting into that? What does that look like?
So for our culture and climate, that goes with, in a variety of different areas, with our faculty, with our students at the competitions, and with our businesses. So we represent 200 business industries, and so that we want to have our students feel with the workforce, academic, technical, and on the job, that they're supportive. So we're working right now with our School to Work program. We mentioned 85 students, that they're prioritized for our students. That's their signing day. So a lot of the culture and climate is having pride in coming to the tech school. And in the past, when we spoke with business and industry and reps, they would say, tell your students congratulations for taking a chance to come to the tech school and making that decision. And we're having to do less and less of that now. Now it's the technician, it's the managers, it's the CEOs, it's the industries that are coming in and creating that wonderful culture and climate. And that's through our marketing, through our website, through our social media presence, and through the success of our students. And it's just building that pride. And when we talk about budgets in the beginning we talked about it, it's education, but it's also workforce development. So every dollar invested is going to come back into the community. We understand that the burden that the local taxpayers have with CTE. I was at the National Policy Seminar meeting with all of the legislators, all of the CT people throughout the country. And we're trying to get more funding, and we're being very strategic in grants. And so that burden is not just on the local taxpayers, which we hate coming to you and saying that. So we're looking at other systems and ways to increase the revenue. And so that's why we're very strategic, we're very fiscally responsible. We have a wonderful JOC that monitors that each month, and we really want to get the most from our, with that, but we're limited with that revenue, and that's why we're coming to you. And eventually we want to get this right, and we will get it right. We're sorry that it's not this.
I don't want it portrayed as a burden. We definitely value the tech school. I think it was a different kind of, nobody here, I don't put words in anyone's mouth, but, for myself, and I think that this board is always, we are very supportive.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Yeah, just, questions about.
I wish I went to tech school.
Yeah, I know.
No, I think it's great.
And when I say the burden, we have, you've helped with so much, and those business partnerships, and as everyone here, and we'd love to bring you to the tech school. When I say burden, we know that because of those costs that you mentioned for the average, for the homeowners, they have costs too. So we understand that. And that's, when I mean burden, it's just a tough year for all of us.
It should be noted that at the last Pennsylvania Economic Developers Association meeting, we had the Appropriations Committee chair for the House and the Senate made a presentation. Part of my presentation to them was VOTEC schools, and seeing that we would get a funding source out of workforce development back into the VOTEC schools, and we got a surprisingly good result from both appropriation committees that said, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, maybe we should look into it. So I think there's a lot of different fronts that are putting forth right now, looking at VOTEC schools as the alternative, as a great alternative, but again, we've got to find additional dollars for it.
You think, especially if industry was finding that this is developing person that they can just plug in, there may be some benefit to them helping with, even whether it be purchasing supplies or doing something. Say, if you're doing the training that I would otherwise have to train someone.
Well, you're looking at someone that comes to their facility and is working on their particular
Mhm.
product. We do have a lot of companies, and Dr. Herrera can testify, that they make donations back to the school in the form of equipment,
Right.
in the form of, so the partnership between business and industry in the tech school has increased ever since
grown.
I've been
Yes,
associated with it.
it's
So
3 years,
it's
it's
really
grown.
moving forward in the right direction.
Yeah.
So it's difficult, again, looking at increasing the number of students to match the demand of the community and trying to balance their budget.
Sure.
It's tough, it's a tough issue.
Someone talked to me about timing, right, because we have to work backwards from approvals.
Mhm.
Must this be on our agenda in April, or could it wait till May?
I think I could wait till May, because as long as we have it for June.
Mhm.
I'm
okay
not
with-
saying that's what,
I'm okay with it, I just have questions,
Mhm.
okay,
I'm not saying.
I just wanted to make sure we knew what our options were.
I understand.
If people wanted to have additional conversation, or, but if we're comfortable taking it
Are
forward,
you
then.
comfortable?
Yeah.
You-
We good? Moving forward? April?
It's not gonna mess up your butt.
There are students too, that's the way I look at it.
Okay, great.
We'll move that one forward.
Is there feedback that board members want to bring back as far as trying to increase how much we're contributing this year?
Not about the overall dollars, it's about the method.
It's having a clearer picture and, as Jonathan was saying, just reflect that to the best that you can, to show that this isn't just a hole of this much, a gap, that there is some anticipation, because traditionally, I know you can't really be specific, but traditionally speaking, you have certain money that comes from other areas, and maybe just add that in there so it doesn't look quite as unbalanced.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna challenge the superintendent of record for next year to bring back a balanced budget.
Yes.
I'll see how that
I would challenge him as
Oh,
well.
by the way, good luck.
This is your conversation of the same conversation from like at least 2-3 years ago, so.
I think the best part is the tech school is growing in numbers,
Yeah.
and we're
Yes.
able to try and facilitate the fact to get all the students on the waiting list in the classroom. Because it's a benefit to the whole.
I actually
And
had that on my
that's the best
paper. I
part.
was thinking like, how can we get more kids in? Then I'm like, "Ah, scratch that one. We're all good. We're all good."
Yeah, so I mean, I think the benefit is the students are successful and they're going to the programs that they want to be part of, and that's the ultimate success.
This is a really off-topic question, but how do you handle the acceptances? Does each, like Henry's just been sending more and more, but is there a limit? Do you, like, is a kid from Palisades wouldn't, miss an opportunity because of it? How does it work?
So, Dr. Shines,
Sorry,
Dr. Shines, we work with and we take the average daily membership, it's that 5-year, and then there's a percentage. And then collectively, we meet with the 3 assistant superintendents, and we place students according to that average daily membership, and we have it. And it's the school districts that have the slots, and they place the students based on the number, the percentage. So, good question.
It's quite an auction, isn't it, Dr. Shine?
It's getting tougher and tougher.
Any other questions?
I would just summarize that it's very difficult when both your expenditure and your revenue side is so unknown.
Mhm.
And that's what Teresa has to build a budget off of. And those unknowns are not her fault.
I get it, but it
She's
almost seemed like, why
yeah.
do a budget then?
Yeah, like,
Because if everything's unknown, then what's the purpose of the budget?
she does the best she can.
I appreciate that, nobody's doubting that, but I'm just saying, it seems like a futile exercise. Let's do a budget, pretend that it's gonna, it just seems, and then we're supposed to give our stamp of approval on it, but we're really, it's kind of like a wink and a nod that it's not really budget, it's just a hope and a prayer.
I think there's more inflationary costs that you're talking about at a tech school as opposed to books
Yeah,
and
no,
this
I
stuff
know.
and licensing
But I'm
that
just saying,
that you already have across the
Every
board.
company has to
Right,
check.
we all have to go
I
through
get
it,
it.
so then when you're thinking, well, what's our, as board members, what's our fiduciary responsibility? And can I exercise that responsibility in this context? And maybe I can't, maybe just say, look, I know that you're concerned that we pass a balanced budget, but it's impossible, we can't do it. And then we have to say, okay, well, let's put a footnote on this and say we can't pass a balanced budget because there's too many unknowns. But at least we've gone through the process and kind of asked the question.
It's always been on the radar since I've been involved in the tech school. So I know with Megan and with Bob and the members, it's always on the radar. I think we're moving in the right direction. We just
We were
grow.
used to joke that the only entities that can pass an unbalanced budget were government entities, Nobody else it can pass a balanced, cannot choose to not pass a balanced budget. You have to pass a balanced budget, except typically the government entities can raise taxes or do whatever to fund that gap. So it's just, if we're asking us to be responsible board members, it feels like that's part of our responsibility.
Questions? Any questions? Questions? Comments?
Well, just thank you for putting that together, because nope, that's not a job I would ever want to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
You'll see you next Thursday. All right. Proposed nutritional services, employee compensation benefits plan.
Hi.
Come on up. We know you want to.
Hi, everyone. So as I think you know, the nutritional services agreement is expiring June 30th of 2020. And the changes that are proposed in the agreement will bring our department in line with the current market and help us address the dire need for staff members. Currently, our department is operating with 12 staff members short each day. And minimally next year, we'll need 19 staff members if the USDA is not granted the authority to extend the free meal waivers. So some highlights of the proposed changes that are in the agreement are increasing the starting wages for the cafeteria workers at $16 an hour, increase the substitute rate to $15, and then a 2.5% increase in wages beginning 2023, and then each year thereafter for the duration of the plan, which is a 3-year plan through June 30th of 2025. And those were just kind of some of the highlights that I think you have the plan in front of you. If there's any questions or concerns or anything I can answer.
What's the relationship between the school program, the food program in our school and the Bucks County
Technical school?
Yeah.
So I supervise the Upper Bucks County Technical School in a consultant, consultant?
Contract.
Contract.
Okay.
So they're a complete separate entity, we're completely,
National School Lunch Program.
we are our own National School Lunch Program entity.
So that you have your own fund, they have their own fund.
Correct. And we have our own cafeteria manager there and own staff that is completely, the staff is completely separate from our staff here. The workers at the tech school are part of a union that has been in some contract negotiations for quite some time.
So they're union employees or
Correct.
not?
What do they get paid?
So their rates are anywhere from, the starting rate is $10.75, and it goes up to, I think the highest paid person is 18 something. However, that starting rate is really not specified in the ESPA contract. But that is what the last person was hired in
And I knew, are they having similar hiring issues that
at.
we're?
Yes.
Okay. And then I also, we were running, at least for a while, we were running a surplus in our program, but I saw in the Upper Bucks program it was running a deficit, even though it's a balanced budget for next year. But-
Yeah.
So that, what
So-
was the difference between the two?
So kind of, Sean kind of touched on that too, because the tech school is so small. And we have 11 schools and we have, this is one little tiny cafeteria that up until this year, only was feeding Palisades and Penridge, which was about a little over 350 kids.
And why was it that Quakertown was not getting fed?
So 3 years ago, I think they took their kids back to feeding them in their school because of some new scheduling. Is that correct? So I think they did that for 3 years, and then I don't know what changed, a new schedule, but then we found out at the very last minute last year in like the summer that they were coming back. So that was it's been a great thing to have them back, and because at the time when Quakertown pulled out, we ended up having to furlough some of our staff there because we just couldn't afford it. We weren't serving the amount of meals that. So we brought the people back this year, and now we're struggling to hire staff members.
What is your current starting wage? It's going to 16 from what?
At Penridge,
Yeah.
11 is what we're at right now.
That seems like a good number. I mean,
Yeah.
Wawa decided $15 the hour starting.
That's what we're responding to.
Yeah,
We just,
you have no choice.
yeah, we have no choice.
It seems.
You want to bring
16
somebody in and have the possibility of
We're
benefits and
hoping.
have city hours and stuff like that, yeah.
It's
All
gonna
right, I
bring
don't
us
think
more
we have
in
a
line
choice.
with our, our substitute custodial staff is, they changed their rate to 16, so
Okay.
trying to be a little bit more in line with our own district.
Seems fair. Is that those are the major changes?
Since the tech school is its own national school lunch program, stop maybe, fix me when I'm wrong.
Okay.
But anyway, each has to have a director, a nutritional services director. And about 4, 5, 6 years ago, the tech school had a director. That person left, and directors are very hard to come by, especially really good ones are really, really hard to come by.
Like the one
Like
we
this
had.
one. So, what we did was, we put a contract in place where Gina acts as the director of the nutritional service program at the tech school. So we provide that service to the tech school, and then we provide Gina with a stipend, part of the money that comes back to the tech school for that service, to do that. So it's been it would have been difficult for us to find it's very difficult to find nutritional service directors. So, and it would have been difficult for us to find one or afford one at the tech school.
Gina, are you fine doing both of those tasks? I mean, we don't want to overburden you, so we lose you here because you're being taxed to cover the tech school ones too.
No, we're okay. You've been doing it now, I think this is year 7. He keeps saying 6, and I'm like, no, it was before. So, no, we have a great support. Penridge has a good support staff. I have 2 really great assistants that support me in our project over there, so thank you.
And Mr. Doppert, will you just remind again the board and the community, this is a separate fund, and the budget for next year, including these increases, is basically a balanced budget. It's actually a very slight surplus. It's basically a balanced budget for next year, even with these increases anticipated. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Including the cost of food and everything.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, what happens at the federal level with the National School Lunch Program could have an impact on that.
For sure.
So we're waiting to find that out, but
Any other questions?
No, I'm good with what I have with that.
How much did you increase when you were guessing for the food costs for next year? What percentage did you increase it by do you remember?
Estimating 10%.
It's supposed to be about 8, yeah, so.
It might be more.
It might be more, but 10's good. I mean, I was, yeah.
If it's like gasoline, it's going like this.
Mhm.
Price of a barrel of oil is going up and down every other day, so.
All right, if you don't have nothing
Thank
else.
you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thanks.
Mhm.
Get some sleep. Bright early in the morning. Breakfast.
Time to make
Not a minute late the next day or something.
Let's see, let's go right into the review of contracts for approval.
Okay, we have a few contracts here. I'm gonna try to go through them as quick as I can, because we have three more budget presentations for you tonight, plus personnel meetings, so I'll go as fast as I can. The first one is a renewal Family Foundations partnership. This is for in-school and after-school tutoring, therapeutic and intervention services program. Cost is $148,526 for next year. This year it's $144,002. It's about a 3% increase over current year's costs. And again, that is a renewal of contract for services we currently use. Second one is our special education contract with the intermediate unit. We have one of these each year. This agreement, total estimated cost is $2.8 million. You can see there that's a decrease from this year, which is $3.3 million. So again, this is Dr. Durr's mission to continue to bring services back into Penridge and lower our bills to outside service agencies. Each year since she's been here, that has happened. So we hope in her absence we can continue that process for sure. She has been great for us in that way. C and D are Learn Well educational services for students, $50.25 per hour, and we generally have Learn Well contracts each month. E is the Museum of the American Revolution. We're starting to go back on field trips, which is really great. This is the South Middle School. The cost is $70. You see the big difference between the cost from this year to last year. There's actually scholarship money that's being provided by the museum to fund students coming, and our $70 is just a cost for our adults to go, a number of our adults to go. So kids are looking forward to getting back on the road for sure. Next one is Project Adventure. This is an annual inspection of the ropes climbing apparatuses that we have in the elementary and middle schools. Important that we get those annually inspected and make sure that they're safe for the kids to be on. Next is MedX. This is just a contract for medical waste removal, and we put that in place for a 3-year contract. The next is Pennsylvania Trust for GASB 75. GASB 75 is accounting rules that requires governmental agencies to have actuarial evaluations of their benefit plans. That happens once every 2 years, and that evaluation in the second year is updated by a factor, and it's the same, but the same evaluation is used for 2 years in our financial statements. We pay it once. We pay for it once every 2 years. But basically, the Pennsylvania Trust is a trust run by IU 16, which is another IU in the state. They put the trust together. They go out for bid for the services for the GASB 75 evaluations, get the best price statewide for all the school districts, and then the districts sign on, and we're able to get a statewide price instead of all of us trying to do it ourselves. So it's another IU consortium pricing that we like to be part of, and here's again the IU's benefiting the school districts in the state. So the cost is a range from $59.25 to $86.25 depending on your level of complexity and your size. We are large and we fall between average and complex, so our cost will fall somewhere in that higher range, but they will give each individual district a price based on what their plans are. But we will be closer to the $86.25 than we are the $59 because of our size of our district and the complexity of our plans. So that's the cost that we would be looking at.
Mr. Russell, did you have a question?
I did, but I feel like I'm a page behind you, Sean. What do we have medical waste disposal on?
Sorry.
What do we?
Nurses' offices,
Oh, it's just that,
Nurses,
okay.
Band-Aids and all that stuff.
sharps.
Needles, there are sharps.
So she's giving, administering injections, all right.
The next one is J. Casas and Associates, Casas or Casas? Casas?
Jimmy Cassis.
Thank you, Jimmy Casas. Associates, this is a presenter for the Fall Professional Learning Day next fall in October. The cost of that is $13,500, and we will use our staff development federal dollars for that program of staff development for our teachers. The next is Music Theater International. This is the high school production for next year. It's for the musical. It is paid for by the theater club, and I won't say out loud what it is, but if you look in the documents, you can see what the musical will be next year. I'm not gonna be the guy that puts it out there. Keep quiet. Keep it quiet. The next is Johnson Controls. These are our HVAC and controls. This is the annual contract for all of our buildings in the district, basically to service the HVAC systems and the control systems that run the HVAC systems. This contract is $127,625, but again, it covers every HVAC system and every control system in all of the buildings. So. The next is what we just had talked about. This is our Upper Bucks County Technical School annual contract for Gina to be the Director of Food Services. The cost is $12,000, and when those funds come back to the district, a portion of that goes to Gina for doing those services. And the M is the Bucks County Intermediate Unit. The IU pulls a consortium together for the technology legal pool council, and this is that annual contract, and the cost is $807.53 for our share of that legal pool council, and it is something that is used heavily by the districts, and we've had a number of technology legal pool council suggestions and reviews come back to the district that Diane has shared with the cabinet. We've talked about those things and used those things, so it's a worthwhile $800 to have that specialized legal service for all the districts in the county. The next is Gwynedd Mercy University. This is a dual enrollment agreement starting in September. And it will run for, those dates are wrong, we gotta look at that. But this is a dual enrollment agreement for kids to go to both Gwynedd Mercy and the school district. And I believe I looked at the contract was for business courses like accounting and so forth. So, but we need to look at those dates, unless this is really this year and we're backdating it. Not
Dr.
sure.
Shad, I believe it's a one-year agreement. Is that accurate to start?
Yes, it would be a one-year.
If it
The
says-
date is wrong. It says 21 to 22. It should be 22 to 23. But it is a one-year agreement
Yep.
for next school year.
Yep, we just had the wrong years on the dates there. Okay, so we'll fix that.
Are they expecting, and I think we may have asked this before, but maybe just for my memory purposes, but are the teachers who, because it says additional administrative responsibilities, the high school teachers are to provide progress reports, so are we asking our teachers to do anything additional for the college, so that, I mean, are they in a position of having to do more than they would for other students in order for the college to get paid money? You follow what I'm saying?
Yes. I agree with you looking at me.
Is that-
Yes. No, there really wouldn't be much more, if anything more. It is a system where Gwynedd Mercy faculty reviews our syllabus. I think we talked a little bit about
Right.
this. They approve that. They are available to answer questions, help the teacher. The teachers provide grading for all students. So they would be providing the same
Okay,
types.
because it just said here progress report, so that's nothing more than what they would be doing
Not
already.
anything more than they would be doing for, students not.
Thank you. Our last contract then is our Life Touch Photography. This is for the high school senior and undergraduate portraits for 22-23. And again, that's the whole parent date, so that's the last one for the contracts.
Alright.
Just one question. How can I get for Jay Casas and Associates, the presenter for Fall Professional Learning Day, how can I get some more information on that? Like what they were going to be presenting, what that's going to look like?
We can send you an overview of that day.
Okay.
It's more than just a large group presentation. There are small group
Okay.
pieces to it as well.
Okay.
So we'll put something together and send it out to the board.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
And for that tech pool consortium, the legal advice for tech, could you just pick like maybe one or two things that they advised on?
And provide some examples to
Yeah,
the board? Yeah,
I
okay.
mean, obviously there have to be things that we can read and understand.
Okay. I will work with Diane to get that for you.
Alright. Are we ready to move forward to the general fund budget review?
Yes.
Or would we like a break? Or a breather, or we?
Dr. Durr will be first.
Do we want a break?
Break is what Dave is
Oh,
asking.
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear that either.
Oh, I'm sorry. You want a break or we keep rolling? Good. Keep rolling.
Keep going?
Please.
Okay. All right, so I'm happy to be here this evening to present the proposed pupil services budget for next school year. I usually start out with some data so you can get an idea of some of the history of our numbers. So the first data set are students that are attending charter schools. You can see back in the 2020 to 21 school year, our numbers went up. That was the COVID year that kids went out to more charters, but you can see this year those numbers are starting to come back down, so that's a good thing for us. And then you can see the students attending alternative education placements. These are students that are, for instance, in a youth detention or CSF Bucksmont placement, and that data is also looking good and coming down for us. On the next slide, we have the data for our students attending out-of-district placements. So again, the numbers continue to come down. And then we have the 4-year data for students attending IU placements, again, trending downwards.
Why do you think that is? Why is it trending down?
It's because we're bringing students back. So if I look at most of those 34 students that are still in IU placements are our 18 to 21-year-old students that are attending the transition programs, and students that are multiple disabilities that are in the IU multiple disabilities classrooms. So those are actually the next 2 programs that we would look at. How can we start to build some in-district programs for those students so that they don't need to go out as well. And the out-of-district placements down to 28, that again is a lot of, serving our own students with emotional support needs. We've been able to get those numbers down as well. Some of the continuing budget pressures in this budget are increasing costs from the IU and other out-of-district placements. We have students with more significant mental health needs than we've ever had before, and students with multiple disabilities, as I talked about, and those transition needs that are going to the IU programs.
How many more than this mental health needs? What kind of change has there been over the last 4 years?
We have anecdotal data, and then we track, I don't have those numbers, but we track how many threat assessments we do, how many suicide risk assessments we do, and those numbers have trended up.
Could I get a copy of that?
Yeah, I can look at that data.
Yeah.
So, this is the overall budget history for the total pupil services budget. And you'll see for this next school year, 22-23, we are proposed to have a pretty good decrease, about a 10.4% decrease in the budget. Each year, we've been able to, monitor our costs and try to bring that budget down.
Well, it is interesting to me, because you would have thought the whole purpose of having the students go to a separate, facility, sounds like a weird term, but building, that there would be economies of scale, that would be beneficial, so that would cost less. But we're seeing the reverse, where bringing it back into our building costs less. Well, why is that?
Those programs are very expensive. Some of those programs are $80,000 a year.
So it's not, it's just, we're providing similar service though.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, how are we able to realize that kind of cost savings when we're?
For those private organizations, a lot of them, or?
Yeah, some
Yeah,
of
so
the
they're making
private
a lot of
schools
money.
are $80,000 and up. The IU programs, the IU costs have gone up every year. We can do it much more cost
So it's not, we're
effective.
not in any way skimping on the services that are provided,
Yeah.
it's just a savings of from a financial standpoint.
Yes. So I'm gonna go through this so that everybody will understand exactly where that savings is coming from. So this is an overview of all of the budget series that are in Pupil Services. There are 7. The 2 biggest ones are the 1100 and 1200 series. Those are the largest amounts that you'll see. Homebound and is very small, and then the rest of them are pretty small. Alternative education is a little bit larger, but we're hoping to start to get that number down as well in the future. So this is the first series, 1110. This is regular education, and this is the 4-year history. You can see the proposed decrease that we will have a savings of $294,300 expected, and this is savings from students that have returned from that mass that we had that went out during COVID to the charter schools. So we're expecting those, well, they have come back, so we can budget less for next year for those students. The next budget series is special education, 1200. And these are all of the areas that fall under that budget series. So most of it is pretty easy to understand. When you see early intervention, that is the 3 to 5 preschool program that's run by the IU. But when students turn 5 years old and stay in that early intervention program, the fiscal responsibility shifts to the school district because they're 5 years old. So we do get billed for the 5-year-olds that stay in EI. And then we have gifted support and our legal claims as well. So under the 1200 series, this is the largest series in the budget. Proud to show you that we are seeing a significant decrease of $928,308 for next year. And again, that's due to the new programs that we've started and the students that we've brought back in district. And it's also a pretty good savings from decreases in our legal settlements. So we have had less legal settlements.
Quick question for like life skills, emotional support. What's the breakdown in the schools? Like, some like middle schools only have emotional support and then some have life skills. How is that broken out at Penn Ridge?
I could probably send that information.
Yeah, no problem.
But we have, so one of our buildings has life skills at elementary.
Okay.
And that's West Rock Hill. And then life skills in middle school, we have one classroom at Central Middle School. And then life skills, well, of course we have a life skills classroom at the high school. Emotional support, we have 3 classrooms at Grass Elementary. And then at middle school, we have 2 classrooms at Central Middle School. And then high school, we have emotional support too.
Okay.
Autistic support, we have around the district, and, of course, learning support in every building.
And you said 3 at Grass?
Emotional support?
Right,
Yes.
sorry, yeah, okay.
You said also the legal settlements, is that relating to people trying to get their kids in a particular program or
Yes.
relative to that?
Yes, so if we get a request for a due process hearing and, we decide that it's more cost effective to settle that instead of fighting that in a hearing, then we engage in the settlement. So we've been able to decrease those settlements, over the last couple of years. Not to say that they're going away, we'll probably be bringing one to you soon. But we're doing a better job of trying not to get in that position.
And are parents generally happy with the in-house, rather than?
Our parents are pretty happy. We just actually had the state monitoring this last week. And the parent surveys were very positive, and then they also called parents and interviewed parents, and the overall feedback was very positive.
Because they're able to stay within their local school then, as opposed to going to some other place elsewhere.
Yes. Okay, this is the 1400 series, other instructional programs, and homebound instruction, which mostly is just travel. It's a very small budget. So that one we can probably just skip right past, right? Alternative education, the 1400 series. So this was a budget that had been previously managed through the high school, and we moved it into pupil services for this school year. And this budget covers, like, students, for instance, when you just saw the Learn Well approvals for students that are in a hospitalization and they need the educational services. So part of that comes out of here. The Family Foundation partnership that was listed, that comes out of this budget. So it's those kind of things that come out of this budget. Then the 2100 series, this covers our guidance counselors, social workers, student accounting. And again, this is a smaller budget. This is really just for books, supplies, their travel, for those groups that I just named. And then this is the 2300 series, our legal fees. So we've really done a good job of getting these fees down over the last couple of years. So these are the fees that are not the claims, not the settlements, but this is, for instance, our pool counsel with Sweet Stevens, Katzen Williams, and Tom Warner is our attorney. And so it's that contract, that's $12,000 every year. That stayed the same since I've been here. They haven't increased that. So we have that $12,000 cost, and then any of Tom's time above and beyond when he, if we get a due process hearing request and he's working on a specific case, those case costs come out of this budget. But we really have been able to do a pretty good job at getting those costs down. And then these are health services. So this is our nursing health supplies, the 4-year history here. We just kept that status quo. And then here's the overall summary. So you can see the history over the last couple of years for each of those functions down the left-hand side. And then to the far right is the proposed 22-23 numbers, and then the variance for each of those and the total savings at the bottom.
I will just throw in one thing for just as a reminder for you guys that have been here a while and for your new board members. When we look at these budgets like this and we're looking at all these different programs, so what Dr. Durr is presenting to you are all those objects from the 300s on. These numbers do not include salaries and benefits of employees. So these are just all the program expenditures are here, other than wages and benefits.
Is there
That
any,
was pretty
Yeah, and I know this is not necessarily a budget question, but is there any downside to bringing it back in-house as opposed to outsourcing it?
It's a lot of work to bring it back in, and you need to make sure that you're building strong programs and doing the correct professional development. And we've had some growing pains from that, but you know, eventually we work those out and the students thrive. We'll never be at a point to bring all of our students back. And, you know, some students, especially in that emotional support area, if it's a student where we're concerned about a risk of safety to the student or to other students or staff, then that's a student that we would.
So that's kind of a qualifier.
Yeah, we would not, you know, if we, and some of our little ones, right, that were coming up from early intervention, you know, we don't know them well enough yet, and we're teasing some of that out and trying to get some of that under control so we can keep them in, but sometimes there does come a point that we have to look at an out-of-district placement.
And is there ever just thinking prospectively, is there any benefit to having a standalone separate school that we maintain, or is it always would be more beneficial to have it integrated within the individual schools that already exist? Do you follow?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, well, the state requires that we have it integrated. We
Okay.
can't have our special education program separate. They have to be in our school buildings, they have to be in the ebb and flow of the school building, so
Well, how are we able to outsource it then? If that's not, when we outsource it, the special ed would not be within our.
Right, we can do that, and that's the most restrictive environment. So the state sets percentages. They want us to have so many students that are Dr. Bolton's smiling because it's a very high standard that's hard to achieve. They want us to have a certain percentage of students that are 80% or more of the time included with their peers.
Okay.
It's a very high bar to reach because some students need that direct one-on-one instruction, so you have to pull them out for some of that time. But we have that continuum that we can have students that are in the most restrictive environment where they do go out of district, but those percentages should be very low.
As a parent with a special needs child, inclusion is a world of wonder. And it's a lifetime experience because Adam still sees folks from the high school that he went to school with that know him and talk to him. So it's really important that the inclusionary process stays within the school.
Especially for some students, it's so hard sometimes because, you know, I teach special ed, and sometimes I feel like, that's why I asked the question about the setup for emotional support and life skills and how that gets placed, because we don't have some of them in my building as well, but we have emotional support students. So sometimes it would be better for them to have that class, and then it could be for a various amount of reasons. Parents don't want they want their child to be in the same school as their siblings or whatnot, what have you. So I know it's hard, but that's why I was thinking, you know, Grass has 3 of them. So just interesting. Sorry, just talking about that. But to go back also, when you're recommending, or if teachers are recommending for alternative placement, and I saw the numbers like really low, and not necessarily looking at like safety, but maybe like just disruption to the class or to themselves, and it's just not the best placement. How does that roll out? You know, because you know, you have team recommendations with teachers, your admin, and then it kind of rolls up, and then sometimes, are there parameters that we have to stay in to say, like, even though it might be the best placement for them, but it still might be a no, that we can't move forward with that? How does that typically play out?
That it might be a no, that they can't stay in that regular
Sorry, that they
classroom?
can't go to the alternative placement.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, we start in the regular ed classroom, right? And then there are concerns and things aren't working so well, so you try to put as many supports as possible in there. Sometimes it gets to a point that that's not working. What we recently have done at the high school is we took our emotional support program and restructured it a little bit with one of our teachers because we had some students. So we can pull those students through an IEP meeting and parent approval to the NORAC and place them full-time in emotional support until we can teach them, until we can give them the behaviors, the positive behaviors, and then start to wean them back out maybe for a class that they were more successful in first. and then start to add more classes to meet with success. So that's the benefit of having your own programs in district, is that you can create that separate setting for 100% of the time if you need to, but then knowing that you want to start to work the student back out into general ed.
Derail too much, but did you want to maybe talk a little bit about, like, over the years when we hear about adding these different counselors and supports and layers of people, you know, could you just explain how that works with this, what you're trying to do, bringing the kids back in? Because I know sometimes there's a question like, do we really need to add positions? And, you know, so a couple of examples maybe.
Well, ultimately, all of these conversations come down to what's best for kids, right? And the working premise has always been, it is best for a kid to be in with their peers in your home school. And so you have to convince us that that student can't be successful there. And so you look for programs to be able to do that. And so some of that has to do with, as programs expand, where you place them. You know, so we now have our autistic support program has grown the highest percentage within special ed in terms of the number of students. And so as you do that at the elementary level, you put that in various buildings because that benefits the students being in their home school. It also benefits the students that are there in terms of exposure to all of their peers, right? And the training for teachers and necessary around that type of thing. So we have all those conversations. We have those conversations all the time in terms of, okay, what is the student exhibiting? And now what is best for the student? What can we provide in their classroom, in their school? Let's try to make that work. And if that doesn't work, then you move on to the next step. Because that's the same process whether the student's special ed or regular ed, right? Because not every student who misbehaves is special ed by any means. And so for us to realize that process and who are the people that can support them, how do you involve the parents to, you know, make sure that it's the triangle and we're all, you know, dealing with the same situation. But that really is the goal when we look at that. And that spurs so many of the conversations we've had in terms of why are our cyber numbers down? Why are our alternative placement numbers down? Why are our settlements down, right? It really has been a conversation over the years of, okay, what is best for kids? If it's best for kids, then people are gonna want it, right? We firmly believe from a number standpoint, when you look at surrounding districts, families are moving here for special education, right? And we've seen those growths where other districts around us have not. And that is a tribute to what's happening in the model that we're following. And the buildings are doing, right? It's not just Dr. Tur, right? But she's leading it in terms of those pieces. So is that what you were getting at, Colin?
Yeah,
Okay.
just, you know, to give some background, I didn't want to derail too much, but
Yeah, that's
I know
okay.
it helps when it comes up in the future, when you're trying to make sense of adding things.
Well, I have another slide that we'll get
Okay.
to. We'll show you exactly where that point
Yes.
fits
Go
in.
ahead.
It's okay,
Yes.
it's okay. We always try to come with savings, right? But then we're always thinking ahead, and this is the exciting part. So we want to, as we know, keep our students in Penridge, meet our students' mental health needs, and increase our inclusive opportunities for students. So that's really where we're moving forward next. And with that being in mind, we are now looking at our numbers of students with autism are increasing. So in order to maintain caseload compliance that's required by the state, we need to add 2 additional autistic support classrooms. So we will be adding 2 additional teachers and 3 additional teaching assistants. So you'll see that one new classroom, autistic support classroom, will be at Diagler. The other autistic support classroom is to be determined. We're still working out space and where the need is for that group of students. And then this is Cullen, as we increase programs and bring students back, we haven't really increased our psychological support. So we brought back a lot of programs and a lot of students, and with those increased numbers, we're now looking at the need to add another school psychologist. So that's another request that we're making moving forward.
How many autistic classrooms do we have now?
That I would have to say because it's pretty many. Seiler is where the majority of our classrooms are. I think we might have 4 classrooms at Seiler. 1 at Diagler. This will be 2 at Diagler. another one, so that's all the elementary.
Okay, so there's only, there
Two
are
at West
two
Rock.
schools?
Two at West Rock Hill.
This
Two
will
of
be
it.
8 at elementary.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
There are
8.
currently 7.
Does, not every school has it?
Correct.
right.
And that was by design, though, I thought, that some of the, they were trying to have almost like a magnet school, for lack of a better term, for autistic support, I thought was Siler, and then if you had ESL student or something, it was, maybe, was that correct, or no, from us?
It did kind of start that way, but with the growth of students and trying to keep students in their neighborhood schools, we're trying to do, especially with autistic support, that's why we did open one at Daimler, because we had sort of a pool of students there. We won't ever be able to have every grade level in every elementary school, because with that too, there are age ranges for students that the state sets, so you can only have 3 years in elementary school of an age range for students. So, and then it goes up a little bit higher in secondary, you can have 4 years
In the same class.
in the same classroom.
Yeah,
Right.
sorry.
They can be in the same building, just not in the
Yeah,
same
that's the
classroom.
classroom.
Right.
So that's what makes it difficult to have it spread out to all buildings. So in moving forward, then this is our next, this might be one of the last slides. We're looking to open the Penridge Academy for Student Wellness to really start to address the mental health needs that our students are having. So this would be to support student wellness and their academic learning, and it would be in an alternative therapeutic environment, but within the high school. So we're looking at a separate entrance into the high school, because these are the students that really have difficulty coming into a big building, being in a social setting with a lot of other kids. Sometimes we can't get them out of their homes. They've got anxiety, they've got trauma, they have those internalizing behaviors. So these are not the outward behaviors, you know, the significant behavior kids that are acting out and maybe saying bad words and throwing things, and these are the students that are internalizing and have those more mental health kind of needs. We'll work with them on flexible schedules. Again, like I said, we'll have that separate entrance. We'll be doing individual and group counseling. We'll have drug and alcohol counseling in groups. So to staff for this, we're looking at the social worker, and these are the positions that were brought previously with the job descriptions. The social worker, the licensed mental health professional counselor, a special education teacher, and 2 teaching assistants.
So these students would be, the classes that the academic classes they would take would be with the special education teacher, and then they might have a class that they have with the, I don't know, the licensed mental health counselor. How would that, what would that look like their daily schedule?
Yeah, their academics could all look very different.
Mm-hmm.
So we may have a student that is able to go out into the high school for a class or 2, and then maybe they're able to keep up on campus with their other classes with the support of the staff that we have in place. Or we might have a student that does really well on cyber, and we'll put them on Penridge Cyber while they're in this program and getting their counseling and that support. So there's a lot of variety of different tools that we can use for the academic piece of things. But the focus is going to be get their mental health to a place where they can get back out into the high school.
How does that comply with the state requirement that you referenced earlier, where they're required to be more integrated within the school itself?
This is not a special education program, so this is just another program within our high school for any student who has those needs. Right now, one of the things that we see is students may need to go into a partial hospitalization program, and there are waiting lists. So if we had this program, they possibly could go here and get some support until they can get into that partial. Or maybe this can help them avoid having to go into that partial placement completely. So that's the other thing. Or if they're in a partial placement and they're not ready to come right back into the high school, they could transition back to here and then slowly ease their way back into the high school.
Can we actually talk more I feel like we've never really talked a lot about the program, and I think
Sure.
there's confusion about what it is, but starting from what Dr. Durr already said, if you've ever looked at programs, partial hospitalization, what's the other, there's PHP or something else, but, when this was described to me, it seemed to fit something that would, it would provide something that would grab students that aren't going to meet the requirements for these other places. They might not need the extent that these PHP places are going to provide. So, maybe, like Dr. Durr said, we can do a couple classes at school, but maybe just need a little bit more support. We need a little bit of encouragement to get out the door to go to school. A lot of the PHP programs, they're talking about, they're helping kids deal with issues that a lot of these students, at least what I'm thinking this is going to serve, that they don't necessarily have those problems like necessarily self-harm or ideations. And maybe we will help with those students, but I'm hoping that we'll catch the students that need a little something, but there's not a program or space available for them to be served in another place.
Yeah, when we've looked at current students, right, we have students in front of us, and we look at students who are being under-successful at the high school due primarily to mental health concerns, right? So students who are academically capable of work at the high school, of being very successful academically, if they were able to attend and attune to what was going on, but they can't because of other, issues that are going on. And so to be able to find a place where, Monday might look very different from Tuesday, which may look very different from Wednesday, and there are people there to be able to manage that and care for that. Because Monday might be a day where they start, the weekend was bad, and so they start, and so they're there in the morning, and they need to spend some time talking to, a therapist and working on Canvas with the teacher to keep up, but not be in classes that day, where by the end of the day, maybe they're feeling better and they go back to social studies and English. And they have, for the main part, a very normal looking high school schedule where we might build in a couple checkpoints, where they might start their day here. We might have students who we know they need to start their day here because we need to make sure they've gotten there and they're ready, right? Whatever that looks like. And so first period might be with the special ed teacher in this program, and then they go out for second period as long as they're feeling well. Or if they have a therapy need where we can meet some of that in the building, right? We have students now who might be in other programs or not coming to the high school, but they don't really need to be there full time, but there's no in between. There's no sort of. And so this is a program for us to be able to say those students are getting what they need from a mental health standpoint, and there is that place, and there are people who are responsible for making sure, right? Because this is quite, from a board standpoint, this is a wonderful commitment of resources to a group of students that is not hundreds of students in terms of, from an initial program, in terms of what it will look like. And so we're really hopeful that 30 to 60, 30 to 50 maybe, in terms of our service in the first year, and we really get to the point where some of those students really only needed is check-ins, and maybe for a week at a time, they're not in the program, right? They're not back at the academy, they're in their normal schedule because it's working for them, and then they may need that. It also will provide some of that. The social worker and the mental health counselor are obviously key. The social worker, because often there are outside resources for these students, and to help parents and students navigate what's going on at school and navigating outside, and whether it be an outside therapist or outside programs that you're involved in, and to be able to either incorporate some of that at the high school or at least facilitate so that everybody's using the same language. You might have a student who's doing art therapy and be able to do some of that during their downtime so that we have somebody there who's trained in those types of things. Does that help in terms of?
Yeah, it explains what it is, and I think it's important also to explain what it isn't, because there is anxiety. There's concern about, are these students, so you're saying a student would be in the school for, or in the wellness center for a period or two, and then there was concern about those students then being released into, back into the classroom, and making sure that the teachers have are prepared for that, and I guess just the types of behaviors. I think people had a perception of it being something different from what you've just explained that it's going to be. And then also having, you know, you're not just throwing this together, you're only going to have a certain few students in it, and the idea is that it's going to be professionals, right? You know, everybody here is a professional, but you know what I'm saying, like,
People who are trained to
it's
do
going
this.
to be, yeah, because you have to have specific training to deal with these issues, so, you know, just to assure that that's what's gonna be.
And it really is not in terms of the list of students that we are talking about for next year. They are not, like Dr. Gurr said, these are not external behaviors for the most part, right? They are not students who have outbursts, right? It is mainly internal in terms of struggling and being able to be successful, you know, in a school this large. And so to have a setting that is smaller to start your day or to be able to come back to with people who you trust, we think will really be significant for a lot of students.
And I know we can come back to this and talk about this more, but I feel like I have a lot more questions on this, like mainly people that we already have in place, such as like social workers, or I don't know if we have lakeside counselors already in the schools, or, you know, students that struggle coming to school, we already have some social workers that work on getting them here. So I guess my question is, how specifically, I guess I'm still struggling with the distinction between what things we already have and how this would look differently. Because in my mind, if we have lakeside counselors and that, they're trained in more specific things to mental health issues as well. So just seeing what the, I guess, distinction would be. And my other question is, if they have a different schedule, where like you said, Monday might be different to Tuesday, how does that transcend to the report card? You know, even with students that get accommodations, that's not necessarily like, oh, this student took the accommodated science test. That's not always put on the report card. So how does that, I guess, transcend to say, like, this child did great, like it's a win, they came to school, all these things that has been such a progress from where they were, but to show that, you know, maybe their grade is based off of all these supports versus like something that might not have that. So I guess those are my questions. How does that?
Well, I think a couple pieces. We have spent a lot of time talking about the programs that are currently in place. And so when we've made lists of students, these are students who are not currently plugged into one of those things.
Okay.
That doesn't mean they haven't had interaction with a social worker, you know, I mean, from that standpoint. And the Lakeside crisis, the Lakeside counselors are primarily crisis, so those are students who are generally a very specific need, you know, from that standpoint in terms of relationship and different from what this looks like. When you talk about evaluation and assessment of programs, I mean, some of this is we're going to learn. I mean, we have visited multiple programs that kind of do pieces of this, that kind of steal from them to say what are they doing well and how are they helping students. We're learning that. We have situations now where it doesn't look the same for every student, and we have to communicate that to their family. So some of that's report cards, some of that's just regular communication. I mean, you can see the number of adults that are involved for a relatively small program. Communication has to be key, because when you have students who have any kind of school avoidance behaviors, it's vital that home and school are on the same page to be able to help that student, you know, and make sure, because they're telling different stories to mom and to dad and to teachers. And so to make sure that we're continuing to have that communication around what it truly was. And so when we talk about Monday being different from Tuesday, part of that is working with teachers in terms of if they had to miss Tuesday, was that something that the teacher who's here can help them through, right? Because Canvas does provide lots of that. So at least when they walk in Wednesday, they're not lost, right? It might be the strength of having first period there so you can set your tone for the day in terms of let's make sure you're ready for social studies, whatever that looks like in terms of that day and having those communications.
Right. No, that makes sense.
And we would love, if you've got a set of questions, we'd love to, right? Some of them, I think we're gonna say, we're gonna have to figure that out.
Right.
Because we really are. I mean, this is brand new for us.
Sure.
And we're excited about it, but it's brand new for us in terms of helping kids this way.
Okay, so this is the last slide that I have. So this shows the additional staffing costs for the autistic support teachers, teaching assistants, the psychologists, and then for the new program. We also have on here the security guard position and a high school gifted teacher for caseload compliance. So those are the additional staffing needs that we have, that will eat into that 1.179808.
Oh, okay, so you're saying that
That's just
the saving
on the other
okay.
side.
Right.
Yep.
It's not,
Right. The security guard piece, I'm not sure how much we've spoken about that. And it really says high school security
should.
guard, and it really shouldn't, because the need, as we've talked about it, the whole model was intended to provide relationship to all schools. And we asked them to prioritize secondary schools first, because they're the largest, and, you know, the kids that, you know, are whatever. And so we have found that our current security guards are not able to get out to the schools on a regular enough basis for what we want. We have made sure we've prioritized that our school police officers are involved in the schools so that they know the layout of buildings, they know relationships with the people in the office, because if there were a true emergency, they'd be the ones who would respond first. And so they have gotten to all buildings, but it has not been a regular occurrence. We have not, at the middle school level, been able to have that type of support for some of the administrative and student needs. And so we really are asking for an additional security guard, and primarily that person's schedule will be middle school. That doesn't mean they won't work with high school. There could be times where we're down a person and that's where the need is, but it will primarily be to be among the 3 middle schools in terms of the security piece. So that's
That's it. Thank you.
Can I ask a question? The
Yeah.
gifted support, is that at the high school, or is that, okay, that teacher?
And really, this is something, the PQR was done in 2017, right? And when Dr. Durr got here, and then I got here behind Dr. Durr, we've been talking about gifted education in this district for every year that we've set goals, because we knew out of that PQR that there were needs at all levels. And really, so you think about the STEM gifted teachers at the elementary level, that was an outgrowth of both needs, both from a STEM and a gifted standpoint, but to have people who are in a building full-time that can address gifted needs and be there and not have to travel, you know, was a strength. Our middle school model has worked pretty well, but at the high school level, it has not been, and it primarily from a classroom standpoint, from a monitoring standpoint, we can monitor high school students pretty well. The majority of them needs are being met in their classrooms, because there are so many different levels of classrooms you can take at high school. So for many students, that is enough, but not always. And to really think about what can enrichment look like, that really is support for the teacher that is in that classroom to say, I all of a sudden have this science geek, and this kid is just ready to do things beyond what the rest of my biology class is doing, to have someone who can help with that. So it is from a compliance standpoint. It is from a legal standpoint, we need another body because we do have a high number, and one full-time person I think can do 65, and we have about 200 gifted students at the high school. And so that, you know, you start doing the math, and so that's not all this person's going to do. It really allows us to have a teacher who can work with teachers and also then with kids to help expand those, and then have relationships with families for those families that need it at the high school level. Many families are backing off a little from a gifted standpoint at the high school level, but some not. And so for us to have a person who can be dedicated to that, I think this will be a real good. This is something we've had on our list for a couple of years, and it just hasn't made it, but this year it's made it. So we're hoping you'll support it.
Questions? Questions?
The budget savings there, and this cost is for additional personnel. Right?
So this is where Mr. Daubert talked about how her presentation showed a $1.2 million savings.
I saw that.
This shows up in the personnel budget.
So this,
And so
it's a trade-off.
correct.
So it's
Correct.
half of what you're saying.
Because that was, I mean, anyone who puts a budget out that's down 1.1
Yeah, right.
that percentage, you don't see
We're
that
always
too often.
thinking ahead.
You don't see it.
Thank you, Dr.
All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
All right. Appropriate office. All right.
Hey, Sean.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
I just, sorry, you go look at that clock.
But you were wrong.
Are we ready?
We're ready.
All right. I'll turn it over to Dr. Shai.
All right, well,
Dr. Roberge.
Dr. Warchek and I are here to review the elementary and secondary assistant superintendent budgets. You'll see. Are you in charge?
Go ahead.
This is just an overview, so I'll be talking about the program improvement budget first. Dr. Robarczyk will talk about the elementary budget, and then I will talk about secondary, and we'll do some explanations about what you see there. So,
No, program improvement.
All right, so this is, what's going on over
I'm sorry. I'm like, what's the program improvement? I didn't take the steal.
Okay, so when you look at the 22-23 budget, and it looks like there's an increase because there is from last year. The budgets for program improvement from 2018-19 forward show you that from 2018-19 prior, actually, the program improvement budgets have been anywhere from $300,000 to $400,000. And they decreased over time, and most significantly last year because of the pandemic, where we weren't adding new programs. So it could be deceiving. But this year, it is really a high school program improvement budget. So there's always variance, but this year we focused on, and I'll just remind everybody what we looked at, and it was, and what has been approved, it was high school art department program improvement for the AP Art History, the honors advanced art proposal, the French 1 through 4 proposal of textbooks, the music department proposal for Rock Band 1 and 2, the AP World History Modern Program Improvement proposal with textbooks, Algebra 2 and Geometry for textbooks, and then we had Wellness B, Health and Physical Education for equipment. And that's the total of program improvement for this year. Does anyone have any questions about that?
So that's not personnel at all, that's just.
No.
Yeah,
all the
these are
things.
just the actual
Same.
programs
That's the next
that we
committee
bring to
meeting.
curriculum, and this is the total. I have a full document with an explanation of each of these that I'll just send to you, and then you'll have that as a copy, you can refer to those. Yeah.
Okay, for the elementary education budget, as you can see, there is an increase this year, but I will explain that as we go into some of the pieces of this. So from last year, we have a 26.5% increase. On the left-hand side, the explanation of the variance, we do have a $9,800 increase for Linkit, where we are using the navigation system, and it really digs down into the more item analysis and understanding of students, where they are, and ranking them to help us better organize students in the classroom to meet their needs, in particular in small groups. That's the same for both the elementary and the secondary in that piece. The $30,250 increase for PAE TAP subscription, that's our Pennsylvania Electronic Teacher Evaluation Portal. And I explained this 2 years ago, but just to remind you, so we pay this 2 years in advance because we get a 5% discount if you do a 2-year agreement as compared to the 1-year agreement, which is nice. So that 26.5 will actually be a minus 26.5 next year, which is a good thing, because of the subscription occurring for the 2 years. And then there is a slight increase of non-certified staff training with the cafeteria monitors and recess aides that we've included as part of the elementary group of staff to help supervise our students. We also do some training for them in regards to the behavior expectations and those type of things. So we did put a little money in there that we could use to provide training for those individuals through whether it's through the IU or another outside piece. And that 1,000 respondents actually should be, I apologize, on the decrease side, because we are no longer using respondents. So that's a deduction, a decrease of $1,000. The other two decreases that you see on the opposite side is the $4,000 for travel for assistant superintendent of elementary, coaches, elementary professional development, as well as the $2,450 for elementary professional development supplies. We have been very fortunate in regards to our federal programming and through Title II. That has increased significantly over the last few years, really. That Title II funds have been able to subsidize that portion of our professional development. So there's not a need to put as much money into our regular budgets that can be used instead of federal funds. Any questions about the elementary budget?
Makes sense. The air conditioning's on.
I see, it's been really chilly.
Yeah.
It is, we said it's even this kind of.
Oh, wait a minute.
Kelly has control.
He's trying to freeze us out, so we'll hurry up.
I did not send him a text. I did not send him a text. Just to clarify.
So now I'd like to have the opportunity to talk about the secondary assistant superintendent budget and explain this, because you'll see that there's an increase. So last year was 164, this year 185, but if you go to the increases, Dr. Barczyk just talked about, we split that cost for Linkit. We added the intervention manager that we just described. There was a slight increase for typing club that we use in 6th grade, and then the $20,000 is Grammarly. This is a moved budget item. It is not an increase to this budget. The $20,000 that we used at the secondary level for Grammarly was split between 3 supervisor budgets, and it was complicated in terms of POs and paying and such. So we just moved it all in one lump sum to the district budget, and then we can pay once. So that was really the reason why we did that.
Yes.
Right, so if you see the $21,000 increase, $20,000 really isn't an increase, it's just moved. We decreased Apex, so Apex Cyber Learning, the high school, that $2,000 you'll see in the high school budget, we moved it to them because they're the ones who are actually using that. We had a decrease in the staff development expenses that Dr. Barczyk really talked about, because we move directly to federal funds to pay for professional development. If they are exhausted, we would move to district funds. And we don't use the online training system, OTS is how it's referred to here, or was, because we don't use it anymore, so that was deducted. I used to have the secondary cyber learning, which we budgeted around $75,000 that have been consistent that way, but that is now budgeted through the ESSERS 2 grant, so that's been removed. So if you do the increases and then go to the right side of decrease, it comes to 185, 866 for this year, this coming year.
Maybe I don't know all the benefits because I only use the free Grammarly.
I was just wondering about
part of me, I'm like thinking, like, do we need the 20,000 Grammarly? And maybe, like, again, it's because I just use the free Grammarly with students. But I don't know, like, do we already renew that membership? Is that something that's already in place for?
It's part of this budget.
Well, for next year.
Yeah,
Okay.
so you would have to approve that.
Okay.
So can we send out a kind of an overview of how Grammarly is
Sure.
used?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Bet it's about
Well, it's really for writing improvement is what it is. And you know, I mean, you're using the free version, so
Right.
the students use the
Is
teacher.
it about grammar?
But I can send
Like,
it over
like
what
your
it is.
I take issue with their word, but they.
So it's not just about grammar?
It's not just about grammar.
I had to ask, Bob was confused.
It helps the writer and it helps the writing teacher.
Thank you.
But I can send out more information specifically.
Yep, so obviously the last page is the two budgets, the comparison 21-22 versus 22-23. And as you said earlier, there is a slight increase of 33% because of the majority being the PAE tab, the teacher evaluation system portal that we use. And again, that will go away next year. as part of that budget, then return again that following, the 24 or 25 year budget that we would introduce again. So, any questions in general about our budget? They're pretty simple in regards to that.
So that total includes the program improvement number?
It does, it's
That's,
an overall
okay,
number.
right, now I
Yes.
understand. Okay, I was looking at the last two slides and they don't have.
Right, yes, they
Program
include
improvement,
the
that's it,
program.
okay, got it.
And I did just want to add in terms of the Gwinnett University contract, that was sent back to them for minor edits. So when Mr. Goldberg was talking about that, I think there were lines
Okay.
not on such, so you'll have an updated version from them probably this week.
All right. All right, well, I get the opportunity to continue my presentation because they're very excited about the targeted full-day kindergarten that we ran this year. If you remember, some of you who were here, some of you are new or watched it, it was presented basically 2 years ago because we did choose to pause the implementation of it last year during when a lot of students were choosing to go either cyber or another route for their educational learning experience. So we did implement it this year, and I just want to say it's just been amazing. We have 16 wonderful students in there. We've been fortunate, we've had 2 very talented teachers because one was out on maternity for a period of time, and a teaching assistant who actually is a certified teacher in North Carolina who taught kindergarten in North Carolina is our teaching assistant, and they have just done a tremendous job with that class. So it says the elementary building leaders, Ms. Sarah Baker, Ms. Mia DiPaolo, Ms. June Kaleza, and Mr. Matt Smith, because obviously the intention is, our hope is to expand it to another classroom for next year. So there it is. There's our group of youngsters. I love this picture.
That's awesome.
It just sits
awesome.
well with explaining who they are. And Erica Henry, who was our long-term sub, who was in for Ms. Brown because of her being out maternity, so she was responsible for putting that together. But just to start off, the successes of understanding what's going on here in full-day kindergarten. And as we said, this is not the new first grade. It's not the intention to accelerate them or teach the program in advance. Like, they are on the same pace as their peers who are in the half-day class. But as you can see, the 2 columns on the left are the full-day kindergarten beginning of year assessments and full-day kindergarten middle of year assessments. And what that blue is on the bottom is this number of the percentage of students who were in the intensive area for their phonics program. So they were really needing some heavy-duty phonics work. You can see, like, the half-day kindergarten students were at, and I can't even see from here, I apologize, it should be a little bigger. We're at 31%, where the full-day kindergarten was, they were 53% of them needed that intensive work on their phonics. Since that time, the beginning of the year to the middle of the year, they have grown that much that only 40% of them are now in the intensive instruction component of it. And again, even though the half day are 31, they're still, you can see, it's making its way in regards to the progress that they're making. Because when you look at the other colors, which the red being the strategic, which is kind of that middle ground, and then you get into the yellow and green, which is the more the core plus. Core plus is really hard to get to. It's a very, if you're familiar with the DIBELS assessment, it's a very strenuous test for students in regards to measuring their knowledge base of their phonics. So as you can see, the direction is, it's going in the right direction because we're less than the amount of intensive and getting more into the core and the core plus.
How are the kids measured?
It's called the DIBELS assessment. I'm sorry?
Yeah.
It's a phonics assessment that looks at sounds, it looks at nonsense words. So it's understanding their development of putting words together to read.
So it's like, is it online or is it a computer or is it a test or how?
This is an assessment that the teacher administers to the students.
Okay.
Yes.
So I don't even remember, is this before they enter kindergarten? They take an assessment to help understand if they should go to the full day?
No, that's the kindergarten screener that we use to determine whether or not they qualify for the actual class or not.
Okay, so it's
And
not
with the
open to
invitation. So
whoever
they-
wants full day can
Correct.
register, okay.
Correct.
And one of the things the pilot has helped us do is figure out whether the screener helped us identify the right students. Because we've had lots of conversations with the kindergarten teachers to say, who do you think we missed? Or with the kindergarten teacher of this class to go, who really is ready for, like, if we're only 2 months in and they're ready to be in the half-day kindergarten program, like, to get a sense for was the screener really. And I'd have to say, we really, I mean, obviously we gave parents the choice, so there were some
Right.
parents who opted out of the program, but really the children that ended up being chosen, the teachers were like, we got it right. Like,
Right, they were like
really
right
looked at
on
them.
to
So
the 16 students who were in that
it was
class.
really good news for us because we had hoped that would be true.
That was the case. And this slide, you looks like just look at those big blue blobs up there, but really what it shows you is the students on the left are the full day kindergarten students, on the right, half day kindergarten classroom. And these are students from the attending schools. The half day kindergarten, the students that are represented in that blue are the students from Grass and Sellersville Elementary who are still participating in the half day program. And then the full day kindergarten is that combination of Grass and Sellersville students who attend that full day program. So what this is showing is DIBELS measures a zone of growth over a time period. And what it's saying is the full day kindergarten students are growing, and I actually have it. I think I wrote it down here. I actually want to give you the actual number that's up there. This is, so the I believe it's 2.9.
Close enough to 3. I think that graph's off. It's 2.8.
So if you're looking at the beginning of the year for half day to the middle of the year for half day, aren't our kids going backwards?
I'm sorry,
Is it still the multicolored tiered chart?
No, we moved on to the
Just
next
blue.
one.
You're on the
Two blue.
delay. I've tried to do that.
Okay,
It doesn't
on that
work.
last one,
yeah.
the first two, and then the last two are half day, it looks like our kids went backwards from the beginning of the year to the middle of the
Can you go
year.
back a slide?
And she's on
Okay.
page 3.
Yeah. So on the right-hand side.
It makes sense the way you go.
Right, on the
Right.
left-hand side, so you're seeing that where the blue is, you wanna see a reduction in that blue, that intensive, obviously.
Well, even if you look at the green, the
But
green
it-
went down.
Right,
The
but
green
you're getting
went
more
down,
growth
so-
in the core.
Right.
Because the other thing I should mention, so just for an example, here's a student, and I won't say the student's name, but in the beginning of the year, they were at a 360, and in the blue, wait, let me say that again. I wanna say this correctly. So they scored a 360, we're in the blue, 375, and no, I wanna say this correct. So because there were students who were actually in the plus, that moved into the yellow area, because the assessment gets more difficult in the middle of the year. So it's harder to score a higher
Sure.
score
You have to keep it.
in that middle of the year to keep them in that plus, that core plus zone. So they might drop into the yellow, but they're still in the core learning of their phonics and achieving exceptional scores.
Is this half-day data that we're looking at just the Sellersville students, or is this?
Sellersville's and Grass.
So, the half-day students?
Correct,
So the half-day students
Sellersville
are
and
just
Grass.
Sellersville and Grass students?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Because we wanted to compare just the schools that we
Yep.
had our cohort from and where they're coming from.
Yeah, so nobody moved up at all, just that group moved down.
It's not so much they're moving down, it's hard to, it's sort of like how.
It's hard to explain because it's the
Well, they continue
difficulty
to
of
get
Wait, but I thought-
assessment.
The 40%,
And not a reduced amount of support.
No, it's, when they.
You're talking about full day?
Well, they're showing consistencies, what they're doing in the half-day program. Even though the core plus dropped because the assessment got more difficult, so those students are still achieving their top scores, they're in the top assessments, part of it, of the 29 and 11%. They're still making very adequate growth, it's just that the bottom group is more, they stay pretty consistent in
That's
regards to.
the, you said
Yeah.
adequate, what's the things that were rated on, and you start to get, I can't even. That's it.
The
And so,
PBOS?
you get fewer and fewer kids that can go, that they can make a smaller and smaller
Smaller
jump
and smaller
because they are
growth
already,
rate.
you know.
Right, we're seeing a higher growth rate in the kids who are in the full day
That's not-
program because they had more learning needs at the start of the year versus the middle. Where the ones that are at the half day, so if you compare the full day kindergarten middle of year with half day middle of year, that's what you wanna see. You wanna see them becoming more equal to each other. because now they're catching up with their peers.
Sorry, just to
Go ahead.
clarify too. The drop from the 53 to 40 is basically saying though too that there's less kids that need intensive
Correct.
Instruction.
Right, and with a much more difficult
Harder
assessment.
standard to match. in the
Right,
spring or
exactly.
winter. Okay.
So if I did a statistics of that, I would see that scatter plot of the cigar,
Right.
you know, going up in the direction that it should, to
Right.
show that we're making the
Progress.
right growth.
Right.
So again, then this is, like I said, it's called the zone of growth. And what it's saying is, so the full day kindergarten students are making about 2.8 months of growth versus the half day kindergarten, which is making just over 2. I think it's 2.2. But again, we're not trying to, it wasn't the fact that these half day kindergarten students aren't growing, they're already there. But what we're doing is we're making it more equal. So as they come out of kindergarten, they're at the same learning point as they enter first grade. So the goal is to get them together to be with their peers and catch up with each other by the time they get to that beginning of third grade. And the next one is just, I had to add a couple quotes because, and this quote does not match the boy that's on the screen, I just want to clarify that, but they were just random pictures but from the class, but this is just a couple of the parent comments. You can see, just very positive in that regards to what their students are experiencing.
That's awesome.
And one more.
I'm sad I don't know this song.
Oh, it's great, and it's
Gotta
every
get over to
Friday,
see the
and they
song.
all sing it together, and they get all excited. It's
Can you sing it to him?
I'm gonna forgo the singing part. Yeah.
I think Sean should. Looks like he's dying.
So what our goal is here is the expansion of the targeted full day kindergarten. So we hope to take this to another 2 buildings. So we have the full day specialized programs for identified students. The proposed target full day kindergarten would be offered to students who don't have the need for a specialized program such as those other, like the autistic support class, or these are general ed students who are in our kindergarten program that would benefit from, I like to call it the gift of time. Kindergarten teachers are like, don't call it the gift of time, but I like that phrase. But, so what we would do is, how will the district determine a child would benefit? Again, we would use that kindergarten readiness assessment that we're now, this will be our second year in fully implementing it. Like Dr. Bolt had mentioned, we've been successful in regards to identifying the students, knowing their math and reading skills. And then we also do like a little OT assessment, so we have them cut, we have them draw, and we have them write their name, draw a little house picture so we can see where they are in readiness. So where will the program take place and what schools? So this year, as you know, we are Sellersville and Grass Elementary. So we are going to make a little shift, if you're in agreement. We want to do Sellersville and Guth Elementary. I think that's mistaken out there. They didn't get corrected, but sorry. But it's going to be Sellersville and Guth. And the reason we're doing that is because Sellersville and Guth are on the same bell schedule, where Grass and Sellersville this year are not. So we think that's why some of the parents who we gave the invite to weren't really in favor of it, because they had siblings who are at Grass or at Sellersville, and they wouldn't be on the same schedule. So we learned that. So we are going to have Grass and West Rock Hill be the sister schools to each other, if that's what you like, the term, to work off of each other, and then Guth and Sellersville be together. Sellersville Elementary would include students participating, so there it is, from Sellersville and Guth. West Rock Hill will include Grass and West Rock Hill. So we plan on keeping a class at Sellersville, the classroom itself, and the other classroom at West Rock Hill. Transportation will be provided for those students going. So if you're coming from Grass to West Rock Hill, transportation to and from school will be provided, and as well as Guth and Sellersville, so the Guth students would be provided transportation to Sellersville to and from.
How much does this impact transportation? Because there are other special ed presentation and different people going from different areas to different
Correct.
schools. How much does that impact? I mean, because we have such a struggle with bus drivers.
So
The
we.
more we expanded this, then
Right.
there'll be less busing issues.
So we've talked about the fact that we only have 16 students, and 8 of them are from their home school,
Right.
at least around an average of 8 students. So we're only picking up 8 students outside of that zone, of that attendance area. And really what it comes down to, and that's why we're adjusting it to be Guth and Sellersville, because they are on the same time, the bell schedules, and they are so close geographically located to each other that when talking to Jessica, she doesn't have an overall concern about being able to route a bus.
I'm not
to
just
come
saying
through.
that, I mean,
Right.
I'm thinking about all the different times we're moving kids from one neighborhood to another school to
Sure.
cut down on the costs of we don't have enough to do it in every school.
Right.
It's messing up our transportation system, which is a huge problem right now too. Right, we can't get enough bus drivers. We're
Kids
adding
on
more and
the
more
route.
routes by doing this, right? But-
Yeah, it would, I mean, it would be an increase in the route, for sure, there's no doubt about that, but I think, I mean, talking with Jessica and how she lays out the schedule and everything, she's incorporating a bus that's en route already, so she's making minimal impact to the overall.
In-district changes like that are much less disruptive for us, or in other words, we're able to handle them much easier than the out-of-district placements.
Oh, yeah.
We may have one student who needs one vehicle and a driver and an aide to go maybe to Northern Philadelphia or something like that. And those placements are the ones that are very difficult to be able
Right.
to do.
Well, the more you can bring them back to
Yes,
school.
correct.
it's safe.
But some of them just, as Dr. Durr said, just can't happen,
Yeah.
so.
So as I explained, full-day kindergarten, the targeted full-day kindergarten is not the new first grade excelling students and going beyond our district adopted programs. It's just to give them that extra practice as they go throughout the day. So what does it look like? It's full of remediation and repetition of math and reading strategies, an opportunity to interact and engage, and purposeful play. And purposeful play has been very important this year. It's teaching students how to engage, how to interact with each other. And a lot of the students who come in with those academic needs also need that purposeful play opportunity. And then preparing the students and just becoming academically successful overall.
Right after this picture was taken, the student in the white shirt said, "You're using too much water on your paint." Now that part's not on the slide apparently, but
Or you
I got my watercolors a little too wet. He helped.
Love it. I love it.
It was adorable.
So, what will an additional targeted full-day program cost to the district? Obviously, one full-time teacher and possibly a full-time teaching assistant, because we do have some individuals within district already that we could incorporate in that class. And again, the rooms would be Sellersville Elementary School and West Rock Hill. Furniture, we have furniture available within district. A lot of our furniture was actually donated for those classrooms. The teacher supplies would be an increased cost. So when we're thinking about it though, we're taking 8 students from each of those 2 buildings and incorporating it into that. So we're taking away a half-day program possibly from there, but adding it to the full-day program. So it almost a wash, but not quite completely. Student materials, obviously, they're already accounted for in the 22-23 budgets for the buildings. And then transportation, those established routes, as you were talking about, Mr. Wars, yes, there is some additional impact because they're longer route. They may be a little bit of a longer route to bring those students over, but it is internal. And then how will the students be found eligible? Again, that's that administration of the assessment at the beginning of the year. We moved our assessment. Last year we did it in June and July after school was over. This year we're actually we're gonna have the students participate in May and June. So we get the students a little bit earlier. And we had some issues with getting students in last year. I think it's because parents were new to it. It was new for us. And usually we did our screener when students arrived to the buildings in September. So now we're asking them to bring their students earlier to be assessed. But what we are doing this year is we're having it at each of the home schools. So I think to make parents feel more comfortable to come to their home schools, they get to see the school already, they get to meet the teacher, so they have that opportunity to get screened, but also get a kind of a preview of the school itself. And then we provide it is an invitation. We don't force anyone, it is, you're welcome to, you have your student participate, and we're hoping for an increase as we do right from the beginning, an acceptance rate from the ones that we initially put out.
Were we doing a full day kindergarten for the autistic children in kindergarten?
So they do get a full day program. A lot of our students in the autistic program, our developmental kindergarten program, and our emotional support kindergarten programs are all half day in their special ed class, half day in the regular ed class.
So how many full day kindergartens do we have already right now?
General ed,
No, for any all.
I'd have to get it to you, but if you think of each of the autistic classes that have kindergarten students in them, our emotional support, that's one class and it's really, they're integrated into the majority.
But then they continue the full day, is what I'm saying. So it's really the full day program is targeted toward specific needs as opposed to, there's some parents that like full day because, they have
Right,
full
we're
day,
not just
but-
opening it
right,
up to because you
But
like
this
full
is
day.
specifically targeted to a particular need.
Right, we want to really get the kids who really could benefit from that academic remediation and repetition so we can catch them up with their peers. That's the overall goal of it, and get them on the same path. So the goal will be to continue to a program of 4 classes across the district, starting in 23-24. So this will be our next step for the 22-23 school year, and then the following we would hope to add 2 additional classes. That would then encompass all 7 elementary schools and having the opportunity for our most neediest learners to be able to have that additional time. Why it's not intended for all students, because in kindergarten is not, full day kindergarten is not, if you look at the studies, there's not a need for every student to have full day kindergarten. It's not essential for their overall success. The learning gains are equal to an extra month in addition of schooling, and you can see that just that double score, 2.2 compared to 2.9. They're making that gain, and that's what we want. And then the research shows that the student with academic needs participates in targeted full day program of a better chance to be on grade level by end of 3rd grade. Because that's every research you look at between 2nd and 3rd grade, that's when the playing field all levels out for students and their learning. So the district's expanding, we're expanding it so we can obviously service more students, and for those students who have that lack of exposure to preschool, and that would just developmentally benefit the full day program.
Can I add one thing?
Mm-hmm.
Another consideration when we're looking at these students in particular and how they're selected, and then you'll see their growth. The cost savings, which is secondary to students' success, but something to think about is in special education.
Mm-hmm.
Because when we meet the needs of this targeted group of kids, and they're less likely to need special education services, really, that's a huge cost savings over time.
There's another aspect of what costs not to the district, but like the high school, we have the data instructor that's individualizing and targeting remediation for students. This is on the beginning part of
On the opposite side of the spectrum.
experience for them, and this is another service that I think, for the public schools, it's money well spent because it's providing something to parents that would be really costly to get. And shout out to phonics. I'm glad to see that people are recognizing that phonics is the
And what's nice
right
is,
building block.
and not to interrupt you, but just to expand on that, because next year we are using our foundations and moving it into 1st grade as well. So those students who are still struggling will have that benefit of really getting the everyday lesson as part of their RELA instruction to get the foundations phonics lesson.
Is the limitation classroom availability, or, like you think, because if you have a full day, then you're kind of eliminating a full class for the half day, right? So that if you're using one class, because normally in kindergarten, you'd have a full half day in the morning and a full half day in the afternoon, whereas if you have a full day and only 16 kids, you're missing out on 16 kids or more.
We are, but so we've actually had Grass normally has 3 classes, so 2 a.m., 1 p.m. Sellersville, it has brought the numbers down a little bit, but the developmental kindergarten class that's there that we were talking about, like the students who are in special education, who are inclusion in the regular kindergarten class during the other half of the day, now there is more space for them to be in there the full time as compared to, they came in for pockets, maybe specials, maybe a special activity. Now they're really able to get in there and be part of that classroom for a longer period of time, and as part of the core content area, not just those special activities. So we haven't seen that, and I expect the same thing to occur with, when we do the split with students coming from West Rock Hill and from Guth.
I do think, I wanted to, you kind of answered the question that I had when it said social and emotional learning. Trying to look.
The
It's on
purposeful
the-
play.
Yeah, so my question when I saw that social and emotional learning was one of the things, I thought, well, you know, how much of that do they need as opposed to the academic parts? And I was wondering if it was more socialization, but I guess then on this slide that says targeted full-day kindergarten, you know, why is the district expanding it? And one of the things you said is that structured and non-structured play. That would be, you know, I think that's better of a focus than maybe trying to do the other SEL. I don't know.
Absolutely,
There's a
and it's
difference.
the integration of the engagement and interaction with the content of what they're learning. Like, I wish I could have taken a video of it, and I think Dr. Bolton saw it as well, the hibernation. So she brought in a whole science reading component into an interactive where they all brought in a stuffed animal and had it hibernate. And went through the whole process, because hibernate was one of the words and one of the stories they took from their reading program. And then it became this whole, oh my gosh, they were so excited when you walk in the classroom to show where they were hibernating, and they won't come out until April 1st, and you know, so many components of it. But you saw them interacting with each other and engaging and understanding, like, you know, he brought a bear, he brought a skunk, he brought a turtle, like, so why they were different animals as well. So there was a lot of different pieces to their learning that were taking place as part of the content, but also then that purposeful play.
Yeah.
Mrs. Baines Clemens, did you have something to ask or add?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that when you're comparing two things, sometimes it's helpful to be able to isolate the variable, but it's hard to tell whether the impact is that they're there the full day or whether it's that they have an aide pushed into the classroom the entire time, because that's also a big benefit. And the half-day kindergarten class just has the one teacher and doesn't have an aide. So we're not really comparing apples to apples when we're comparing the half-day to the full day.
Wouldn't you need more people if you're going, would it be, I'm trying to do the numbers.
But the way I just look at it, and I hear what Mrs. Cummins is saying, but at the same time, I see those students are not in, they don't have the academic needs that
Oh,
the
the
students
half-day.
who are, right, of the half day. And so, there is an apples to oranges for some of it, there's just no way to get around that piece of it. But when you know you're identifying the correct students because they are leveling up to where their peers are, that's when you know that the right choices were made in regards to the invitations that were
But it
sent
would
to
be
them.
interesting to see if you didn't have that kind of stagnant, growth in the half day if you had an aide pushed in, because you still have 30% of your kids that are in need of that intensive support, and that stayed the same. And so it'd be interesting to see if adding an aide in the classroom had the same impact.
Well, I think you can look at the end of the year, if the purpose is to make sure they're ready for first grade. I guess the interesting thing will be really the end of the year, to see where are the half days and where are the full days, and maybe that would be, I don't know if I'm saying it right.
No, and I actually what you're saying, because, and the other piece of this that I should mention is, this is one data point of the students. We're gonna do at the end of the year, the kindergarten screener again, see where they are and everything. But the other piece that we'll be able to compare against all students is the Fontes and Pinal reading assessment, because they took the mid-year, so that's why you don't see mid-year data, because We don't administer the funds to Pinnell to the beginning of year kindergartners. We do middle of year and end of year, because we know they're all beginner readers when they're coming into kindergarten. It's more important for us to know what growth they made from that midpoint year to the end of year, to really know where to prepare and know where they're going into first grade. So we'll see that comparison against, among the students as well.
Since this is a pilot and we are trying to evaluate it to know whether or not to scale it to the entire district, is that something we could do? Can we add an aid to the half-day kindergarten that we're comparing it to, so that the next time we have the next set of data points, we can see how much of an impact adding an aid to a classroom is? Because I can tell you, when you're in that kindergarten classroom, there's 20-some kids, and you have one teacher who has to rotate around to every one of those kids, that is going to have a tremendous impact, and so you don't know how much of the impact is that piece.
It's a good point.
I think it's a great point.
I think it's a very good point.
It is not our recommendation, but the board could move that way if they wanted to.
I was gonna say, wow, I'm very open to that opportunity, but.
Well, if you're just trying to compare, just for the pilot, if you're trying to compare it, apples to apples.
The outcome of, right, because your premise is the person will make a difference. If I grant you that, are we really putting an aid into every kindergarten class across the district?
No, it's
Just do it against the two that are, the cohorts
No, I'm talking about if it works.
But if it works,
That's
right,
the premise. I'm not
end
talking about for the
result.
pilot, I'm talking
Are
about.
we reducing class size in kindergarten
Maybe what you're
because
maybe you see
moving
what
some
works.
kids in there?
Is that what's having?
Is that, are we
is adding an aid
having a
having
large
an
class
impact
size?
full day? Maybe it does.
Maybe, she's saying is adding the aid the equivalent of a full day kindergarten. You know, the
And
benefit.
it would be
Every
interesting to
single
get
half
the
day.
adult to student ratio, because for half day, the kindergarten teacher has 2 classes, so I think that would be interesting to.
So the kindergarten classes across the district vary greatly, and it's because of enrollments in those different areas.
Right.
So you will see a lower registration rate at Sellersville, no matter what, compared to Grass. Even with Grass, with taking we took 9 students from Grass this year.
Yes.
Between the time we took those students away, we had 10 more students register
Oh,
in that area. Because again, you're just looking at housing market and everything else. There's many factors that come into play there. So if you look across the district, our numbers at Grass this year were higher still. They were still up to close to the 25. And with some of the ES class, when the ES class pushes in, they were a little bit higher even. Whereas at Sellersville, yes, it was 16 kids now in the PM, but again, the developmental kindergarten kids were only pushing it. So, it does, it varies from school to school, that's all I can really say. It's just an enrollment.
Yeah, like in my experience, the thing that has made, where I started my work experience, what made it really successful was the targeting of it, the specific, not scattering it over, not scattering the students' time over everything that he doesn't need to learn, but targeting those skills that he doesn't have. And so I think when you're taking the students who truly need it, and you're putting them in an experience where it is intensive, they truly need it and they're getting it, that's where you're going to see the faster growth. That's just, it's what has, was my experience and what made the company I worked for an awful lot of money. So, but I mean, yeah, like you could do that. It's just what would you want to do? Like Dr. Bolt said, if it showed that it quote unquote worked, would you be able to or want to put the aid in every classroom to do it if it wasn't necessary? If you could get better, more targeted results from the other model, but yeah.
Well, I think
It's
it's
just a
difficult to
different
say what we're
choice.
going to do when we get the results and we haven't gotten the results yet. I would like to do it and get the results, and then let's have the conversation. Let's compare all of the data and see where we're at. But part of the argument for the fact that this is not the new first grade is because you're not adding additional content. What you're doing is you're pulling kids and working with kids on their areas of weakness, which is what an aide does. And how you help, because you have that extra person in the room to really help work with kids. And so, that also has an impact, and it would be interesting to see how much of an impact that portion of it has as opposed to extending the entire day, when a lot of that is just extra time that's not really spent on content. It's extra, I'm not saying it's not beneficial, but it's extra time, with on that content area. So I'd be interested to see how much of those increased results can be attributed to which factor. And to your point, David, if we were talking about what to do, if you see that the results are the same, then you can have twice the impact by adding an aide who pushes in for the full day, which is twice as many kids. If you're having 2 half-day programs, now that aide is having twice as much of an impact on kids than the aide that's only got half of those kids for the entire day. So, I mean, those are all data points you have to look at and evaluate and find out what the best scenario is moving forward. But I think we're studying it. Let's get the data.
I'll speak with Dr. Robarchak and we'll send something out to the board in terms of a recommendation.
Thank you for letting me present tonight, and I have to put a shout out to Sarah Baker and just her team at Sellersville, because they really have just embraced the program and they've done an outstanding job of just really servicing all the students. But I mean, whenever you have something new coming in, of course, you want to make sure everything's going the way it should, and they've done a nice job with that. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
General.
Alright. Oh, there was some extra.
Long as some good.
Oh, God.
Thanks.
Chester get overtime.
All right, Chester.
Sean's ready.
Are we? Are you ready? That's the question.
I'm always ready.
For Sean's
Oh, absolutely.
deep dive into the numbers.
No. You see the numbers. Sean goes right into the deep dive. He knows the numbers. Back of his head. Back of his rear.
When I was 30, I could do this late stuff a lot easier.
We didn't even hit personnel yet.
I was pushing, like, the meetings are on a Monday, I'm like, it's not that, because you have 4 more days of, like, the work week.
It's your committee.
Robert, we're ready, sorry, there we go.
All right, take a look at the budget for April. Here's what we want to do tonight. Review district capital projects fund balance, review debt service, provide you a status of where we're at on 22-23 budget. We have made some changes since our last meeting. And finally then define a path moving forward as we go into May. We have May finance meeting, and then first vote on the budget has to be in May. And then a June finance meeting, and then the final budget vote on the budget has to be in June. And we have to have 30 days between those votes. And the budget has to be publicly advertised and made available for public inspection for those 30 days. So. Estimated capital projects, just to give you an update on where we're at. Fund balance as of the end of June 30, 2021, or in our financial statements, was about $18.3 million. The remaining cost of the 2021 summer capital projects to be paid in the 22-23 year is about $5.2 million. So we expect to come in about $13.1 million beginning for next summer, and we would estimate that we would add about $2 million at the end of the fiscal year. We hope that's considerably more than that. We hope we make that estimate. We're conservative with that estimate, but we hope we make that, and we hope we make more than that, so we can continue to fund the capital projects. We have about $6.875 million earmarked for the summer of 2022. Bids are in, GISA numbers are in. We have, anything we really need yet is our professional contract costs with SiteLogic for construction management and so forth. So we're probably, our bids did come in a little higher, as you know, so we're probably in that range, maybe about $7 million for next summer. So we're pretty good estimate. And you can just follow it through. Each year, we got to earmark another $7 million each year, hoping for $2 million of income. And then once you get to here, 24, 25, is when the debt drop off happens. And we hope for, $3 million budget surplus, and then another $6 million transfer from unused funds that used to go to debt service to the capital projects fund. And then here's where we're able to start to build some numbers in the capital projects fund to hopefully, down here, to hopefully then be able to start to incorporate some of those bigger projects that we've been looking at and talking about and wanting to do those dream projects, for lack of a better term, not just the maintenance projects, but those big things that we've been talking about. Take a look at debt service. So this is debt service before the refinancing of the tech school issue, which we settled on a month or so ago, and that debt will all be paid off and refinanced April 5th or May 15th when it's callable. So you have the 2 big years left, fiscal year 23 and 24, paying off $13 million in principal and interest each year. And then you have the drop off in fiscal year 2025 down to about $6 million. And then after a year, it drops to about $4 million for 4 years. And then you have this ugly mess out here. The ugly mess out there is the 2014 tech school debt that we refinanced. And to get rid of the ugly mess, what we wanted to do is take the blue out of the mess and put it in years 26, 27, 28, 29 between the $4 million and the $6 million number, so that we continue to have that money available for capital projects, and we get rid of that debt instead of from 2030 to 2044 in a 4-year period, instead of a 15-year period in a 4-year period. So really, instead of a 19-year period, a 4-year period. So, and that's what it looks like after the refinancing. So we took our $6 million number, plugged in these couple of years, and actually ended up even less in 2029 than we were before. So all in all, the debt that refinancing saves about $3.2 million in interest costs, which is just great. It's amazing. The interest is saved in the lower interest rates, but also getting rid of that 15-year mess and just compacting it and making it a much more condensed period of time. So we still have our 2 more years of considerable payments, the $13 million payments, and we'll drop down to $6 million and ride that out for a few years, and then finally, fiscal year 2029, we will be debt free as long as we don't need to borrow or borrow for anything. Right now, we're outstanding principal, which is the blue, about $48 million. When I came in 2015, we were $122 million in debt. So we've paid our way down. We'll cut this number almost in half in those 2 years, in the first 2 years. That's awesome.
That's just incredible.
Right.
It really is.
It's just the power of sticking to it and refinancing when the options are there and when it looks good, and pulling the trigger and doing the right thing fiscally, and we should be in pretty good shape with that. Nice. All right, just a little bit of a review from the last meeting. This is the Act 1 index page. It tells you basically where our millage rate is, how much the median assessed tax bill is on the median assessed property, what the Act 1 allowance is, about 4.597 mils. It would allow us to go to about 139.8. It would cost the average or the median value, or not cost, but based on the median property, about $144 is what the index would be, and it's about $2.9 million of total available additional revenue if the index was taken, as far as the tax increase. Revenue changes since our March meeting. We went back, took a look at what the state budget, the governor's budget was, and as we talked about it, the governor's budget is very high amount of money to education, both basic ed and special ed. And if you recall, whenever that came out, both the House and the Senate, Republicans said, "Don't count on it; it's not going to happen." So we didn't. But what we thought about was, and what our professional organizations are telling us, that we could probably count on somewhere in the 10 to 20% range. And every district will be different. Some will get 10, some will get 15, some will get 20, whatever. It's where you fall. So what we decided to take the numbers and figure out what 10% of the basic ed number and the special ed number would be. And it comes out about $324,000. So we added that to the revenue side. Not as conservative as I would like to be or as I am, but taking a little bit of a risk that, a comfortable risk, but not as, certainly not as conservative as I would like to budget. So again, I spent $324,000. If you remember, we were about $976,000 apart. Expenditure changes since the last time we did the budget. We had another retirement that we took salary and benefits out for. We reduced $40,000 here. That is the change in the tech school tuition that Teresa talked about. Supplies are up $4,900. That's the program improvement money for the health and phys ed cost. And so in total, about $114,000 reduction in expenditures. So that takes us from $976,000 deficit down to $537,000. A little bit higher revenue, a little bit lower expenditures, as we talked about. So we're getting closer. Just another look at where the revenues are. We didn't change local revenue. We did increase state revenue. Federal was the same. So we're up from 148.6 to 148.9. And this is what the real estate tax calculation looks like. We had gone through these examples last month, so at the bottom I added where we're at now on April 11th. In order to balance the budget, it would be 0.6203% or 0.8390 mils would generate $537,000 needed to balance the budget. And on the median assessed property, it's $26.36. We'll say that we have not raised taxes in 5 years. So over that 6-year period, it would be $26.36 over a 6-year period. So you divide that out, it's less than $5 a year that we would be over that time frame. So. Expenditure object summary, again, just compared it to last month. We just changed a couple of items, the salaries, benefits, the other purchasers, for the tuition and the supply line item. But anyway, we went from 149.6 down to 149.5. So the variance is still $4.7 million up from last year. Object summary is the same chart that you saw last month. The changes in expenditures didn't make any differences there. Budget drivers, just changed this. Our revenues are up a little bit. We're now 5.6 million. Major cost drivers are down a little bit based on the changes. Now it's 6.1 million, so it shows the $537,000 difference. This is the list of requested positions. That same list I showed you last month. It has all the positions in it that all the department heads talked about today or tonight, starting with the kindergarten at the top, down through all the positions that Dr. Dirk talked about for special ed and the academy, the security guard, thank you for the middle school and high school, middle school coverage, and then the clerk turning to a secretary of transportation that we talked about last month and that Mrs. Krause talked about last month in her budget presentation. So that's all exactly the same.
So that's additional people?
These are the new positions that everybody.
1.1 for the total cost?
Yes. Yep. To a cost of 1.1 million.
And that would go into the debt that we already have? Or is that already?
It's already in the budget.
Okay.
It's in the budget, so it's.
Yep. Already in there. Yep. Everything that all the directors, all the assistant superintendents, everybody asked for, talked about, it's all already in the budget. So. And then again, this is the budget timeline that we're looking at. We're here in April. May 1st is when the state will tell us what our property tax reduction allocation will be. That'll be a dollar for dollar reduction in real estate taxes. We have an estimate based on last year already built in, so we may need to adjust that. Won't have any change on the bottom line. May 3rd and May 9th begins your first budget adoption. And then we need to make the budget available for public inspection, advertise it and so forth before our meetings in June. May we will vote, and then in June we will come back with the finance meeting on the 7th, and then June 13th final budget presentation. So this is where we're at. Short and sweet.
That was easy.
Short and sweet, then.
Short and sweet.
Questions, comments, numbers?
It's probably in there, but how did we address the $1 million shortage?
It was reduced down to half.
So 530.
Can you go back to the?
Yes.
The basic ed and special ed funding, right, I think you could put that in.
No, it's there.
Yeah, but show the
details,
changes.
the detail.
Right, there's,
So here's the revenue side. We added 324,000 on the revenue side.
Okay, so you would normally be lower than 10%, would make you feel more comfortable, is that what you were saying?
Yeah, so we have no idea what the state's gonna use. We have no idea what the legislature is gonna do. The governor always puts a budget out in February, and they always wait until some day in June, late in June, after you guys have to do your thing before they pass a budget.
right,
So we're always guessing. We didn't put anything in for this, the first run.
Okay.
Putting this in is not as conservative as I would be normally,
Okay,
but I'm not overly worried that we won't get something. I just don't know if it's gonna be 10%, I don't know if it's gonna be 8%, I don't know if it could be 12%.
What was it say in the past 3 years? I mean,
So it always depends on what the governor puts in his budget and what the legislature decides they're gonna agree to put in to basically get.
I mean, has there been a range of percentages?
Have you met the government?
No, it's honestly, it's a crapshoot every year. It's, how else do you explain it? I mean,
yeah,
it's
we'd have to go back and look.
It's a
There's an
roller
actual
coaster.
number, right?
You would
But I don't
think
know what
it'd say,
those
so
numbers are,
a
but.
reasonable estimate would be,
But there's
past
a-
3 years, it's been between 8 and 12%,
Yeah.
so 10% is within that.
So what they gave us, this year was about 260,000. So it's in the ballpark, it's in the ballpark. This is not
That gives you
a,
sense, so
Yeah, yeah.
a little less than that, so.
Right.
Yeah, and I think there's a
Okay,
renewed
so
effort
there's
to keep
3.
funding from the state, more pressure this year, so
yeah.
it's gonna be
So-
something coming out.
And then from an expenses standpoint, we also were able to find some expenses. There was a retirement and then.
We reduced about 114,000 on the
That makes
expense
up
side.
the other
That's
side.
Yeah,
Can
that
any
gets
of
us-
the ESSER
gets us
funding
down.
be used on
Okay.
this to help us?
The ESSER funding we already have as a revenue line item in this budget for the expenditures that we're using ESSER on. So we're budgeting for the expenditures and the revenue. So
But-
yeah,
So you,
We're all-
but we still have money after that? Or is that, can you pull in more
we are,
with the proper?
there's really nothing more that that I think, that we have identified for ESSER 3.
But there's some
I
flexibility.
believe what
in
he's
you can
asking,
use.
is there money in the next year's budget for ESSERs as well?
There is money in
It
it.
will not be fully spent by the end of this budget. Is
Right,
that what
Right,
you
well,
were
you have
asking?
time to do
That's
that.
what
I'm
you were
not
asking.
saying spend it all, but I
Right.
mean, is it, if you have extra money that you could pull in from, do you have to use it in a certain year, or can you use it,
No,
you have to use it before it expires?
before it expires.
September 24.
Yeah. It's use it for certain things.
But it's what you can use it for, and you're saying you effectively use it for everything you could possibly use it for.
We've used
Or
it
can
for,
you be more
yeah,
creative?
we've used it for everything that we've identified for us. And what we're trying to do with ESSER's money is use it in a fashion that it helps, number one, it helps kids. But number two, it doesn't create a funding cliff that we fall off of in 2 years when the money runs out.
Well, that was
That's the.
my next question. If we're thinking about raising taxes, what are we proposed 2, 3, 4 years out? Are we gonna need to do this again? I wanna have a look at the future before we commit to any kind of increase, because if we do it this year, then do it again and do it again, and then you look terrible. I haven't seen any.
Well, he's gonna go back to there.
2 years, it's done. Then you could drop $6 million
You need, yeah.
in 25.
Well, I understand.
We basically need to get to 23 and 24, and then we're gonna drop 6
You're gonna
million.
free up a lot of capital. I get that.
We're gonna free up that chunk.
Yeah.
And that chunk we will use first
Almost
to balance the budget, if it needs balance, and then the rest of it will go to capital projects fund.
Understood.
And then, so if we can get to that point,
I understand that, but so can you not raise taxes and absorb a budget deficit and then recover it in 2 years as opposed to raising taxes?
you could. We could get
Creative.
more aggressive on other local revenues. Like we could get more aggressive on our, what we feel we're gonna receive in EIT tax. We could get more aggressive, but the more aggressive you get in those numbers, the less there is, where am I at here?
Almost the very beginning.
Almost there, that's right, thank you.
There.
The more aggressive you get using those numbers, the less this number becomes to transfer to capital projects, and then the less money you have to do these
In the short
projects.
To schedule.
In the short term. So it's a balancing act. If you take it from here, you're not gonna have it here, right?
Yeah.
So that's, it's.
Well, but
it's-
you're talking about the shortfall's 500 something.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
So you could conceivably
We could
take
take the
the
500.
estimated 2 million, which you may do better
You
on,
may do better.
and take 500 off of that. So say it comes to 2.3 million, then you
Yeah.
would still transfer 1.8, and we would not have to raise taxes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that right?
It's totally, this is totally your decision as a board on how aggressive you wanna be with what we estimate as revenue collections and expenditures and so forth. But, like I said, I mean, it's totally your choice. But you realize that there's balances, so there's gives and takes. So if we are gonna get more aggressive on the revenue side and for the general fund budget, that means there's gonna be less available here. So that's the give and take. And we just need you to have a full comprehension of that. So it may mean, we will always try to do our core projects, you know, that Mr. Harper has on the spreadsheet. Those maintenance projects for the buildings that we have to do, we will always try to make sure we have money for those. What we're talking about are those extra things. So maybe some paving has to go back another year. Maybe something else has to move back another year. Maybe, you know, it's another year out here till we have enough money to do one of those bigger projects like lighting or like the auditorium or something like that, those bigger things. So there are give and takes with everything. We just, you know.
Is there a minimum capital ending balance, capital project ending balance that you wanna maintain just as a protocol or, you know, is there?
For the next
Like
year.
Right,
maintenance.
right, for just for bridging this gap until we get to the 2024.
So the numbers along the bottom, the estimated summer capital projects are what we would say those prioritized lists that we've looked at, those colorful sheets for every summer.
Right.
That's where those numbers came from. And so because Sean said, you look at the summer and it was 6.9, what's the cost of construction right now? All of the bids seem to be up a little. So what's that number really going to be? Is that number going to be $500,000 off? Is it going to be 7.4? Well, now you've eaten away another $500,000. Because you're right, the awkward part about this year that has been so tough on business administrators is anticipate fuel costs, anticipate food, right? Anticipate, are we going to be able to staff? It's going to cost more to staff, right? And every time we bring you a staffing recommendation, we're bringing up the minimum wage, right, to more that $15, $16 area. And so we're going to pay people more. Now, a lot of that's built in here, but the question is, what's the unknown? And Sean's been wonderful at that real solid budgeting where he's conservative the ways he needs to be, both in terms of expenses and revenues, because that's what you want, right? You want at the end of the year to say, you know what, yeah, we were only at 99% instead of 100%, because that's where you want to be. You don't want to be at 101, because now all of a sudden you're like, where's that money coming from? So yes, you can, but you know, we've talked about fuel prices and we didn't budget that high, and so during that presentation we said that we might be able to use the reserve, the $327,000 that we build in every year as a budgetary reserve. That's the first year I've ever heard Sean say that may be earmarked for something. That's always been the what if. There just isn't as much money that's what if now, because there's just so many unknowns that we sit there and go, okay, yes, because you can. Right, you can sit there and we can be more aggressive with the governors and say, all right, let's go to 12% and raise that and lower that to 1.5 million, and we've got it covered. We just want you to hear that we're all into the danger zone, Will Robinson, in terms of the concerns of all the different budgeting things that you do to try to be conservative. We're pushing a lot of those, and I know I've made Sean twitch multiple times with talking about how do we get there. So yes, we can get there. It is far more aggressive and can't guarantee at the end of the year it'll be roses and rainbows like it usually is in Penridge at the end of the year, because there's just so many unknowns and there isn't that buffer.
The one thing I heard from Sean a couple of presentations ago, and I want to make sure that I have a good understanding of that, is if we miss the opportunity to raise taxes within the limit that we can each year, say we come up on a teacher's contract and we realize we have a bigger deficit for some reason, we're still limited in raising, we can't go beyond that, whereas.
There is a max.
Right, so if we miss it, that's the push-pull a little bit, is that if you do an increase this year and next year, knowing we have a teacher contract that'll be coming down the road, then we wouldn't have to take it and do a ballot increase on that if we had to go above and beyond, but we have it gauged in so that it would kind of ladder up. Does that make sense? So that's the other thing that you know, I've been thinking at, it's only $5 a year on average that, you know, we haven't raised it for that long, and then raise it, and then you may have to raise it again, just knowing that you're trying to work in the anticipated contract.
This 4.5987 mils, it's the Act 1 allowance at 3.4%. If you don't take it, or if you don't take any part of it, it's gone.
Right.
But if you look back over the last 6 years of those that we didn't take, you're probably looking at about 20 mils of taxes, or 25 mils of taxes that we didn't. We can never catch that up.
Right.
It's gone. So you are right. You're right in the fact that thinking about that on the long range, those teacher contracts, things like that.
So can I wanted to share some numbers here, because it's crazy to me that we're having a conversation as if we're like limited on funds here. So the recommendation is to carry 5 to 8% in reserve. Just in our unassigned, we have $7.5 million, or I'm sorry, we have $10 million. The 5% recommendation would be $7.5 million, and we only have to get through 2 years. So we're already above there. Our total general fund is actually $16.5 million. We've got a Peters fund that we cannot use, that just sits there and rolls over and isn't collecting interest year after year after year of $6 million just sitting there for absolutely no reason that we can pull from. And I know we talked about not pulling from it until we refinanced our bonds. That's done now. There's no reason we need to tap our credit anymore. So there's no reason not to move that $6 million over instead of just having that money sit there and go to waste. We had $3 to $3.5 million per year to capital. We just added another $3.2 million bond savings. We have $7 million in an insurance fund that we only pull $1 million to $2 million at the most from per year, and to balance it. So I mean, we have plenty of money. So, and we have to get through 2 years until our debt drops and gives us $6.5 million annually on a permanent basis, and 3 years later another $1 million added to that, and a year later another $1.5 million added to that. So I mean, we're sitting very comfortably, and I think, we're talking about $500,000. That's a drop in the bucket with all of this extra money that we have in all of these places that we're not using.
well, it is and it isn't. I mean, I see what you're saying, that there's money there, but
Well,
other school
there's a few
districts have
different
gone.
things she mentioned, and we probably need to be better educated on each of them. Why we can or cannot get access to some of that money. So, I mean, I think it's a valid point.
No, yeah, you shouldn't be keeping, like, there's the thing you were saying about if you don't take that tax increase this year, you can't do it. There's different schools of thought. There used to be the thought that, well, we need to do it because we might not be able to. I don't agree with that philosophy at all. I don't wanna just take money that I don't need
I agree
before
with
before you need it, but, on the other hand, you've said it in one of the presentations, over the last time that you've been here, your budgeting has been what percentage off, not off, but you've been within a couple of percent usually?
We try to be 98% on both sides, so 2% buffer on each side. And we've hit that with the exception of when COVID hit and our local revenues dropped. We hit it on the expenditure side that year, but we did not hit it on the revenue side that year. Because we had such a reduction in EIT hit us really fast. But that had rebounded then last year, and we were back in our normal space. So.
And you said that you budgeted with the food. You budgeted what percentage? 10% increase.
But that one's not even in here.
That's not.
That's food service fund. It's
Oh,
a separate
food service
fund.
is separate. But there are things that are coming down that we're not sure about. So I do have some hesitancy about, trying to keep, being so tight all the time. Like in 6 years, you just told us in 6 years we got rid of $122 million worth of debt. Like it's not like the money has been wasted, but do you think that there's places that we could take the 5 instead of,
So if you
can
take,
always take it, but.
if you take the 500,000 from your fund balance, you are passing an unbalanced budget, which is something that you as a board have really been proactively aggressive with having us pass a balanced budget. So, taking money from the fund
but we
balance.
store money away
Wait,
and
let
then
him
say,
finish.
well, we can never pull from that money, because if we do, then we have an unbalanced budget, then what's the point in having all that money stored away? And then we're just ripping off the taxpayer.
All right.
Wait, hold on,
Hold on a
Megan,
second.
let him,
Let him
he was in the process of answering the question of all the
I'm
different
gonna hear
options,
about it.
please.
There were a few different things
Yeah.
she mentioned.
Yeah.
And are they available or not? I mean, that's where we need to.
Yeah, so your unreserved fund balance is available. It is about $9 million. It's your savings account basically, right? You have a $150 million budget and you have a $9 million
It's not.
fund balance there.
There's a reason for that. We understand.
It is a reason to have it there. You do have, there is a health insurance fund, which the money is put in there each year. It's part of it's the district's money, part of it is the employees' money, because they pay part of the health insurance. It goes into that fund. It pays for claims each year. So that money is earmarked for that in that fund. It's not something that I would go tapping into.
Is it getting bigger every year?
So this past year, it actually went down a little bit, but it has a very healthy balance in it. But really, it's money that, and part of that money is employees' money. So there is also there's the unreserved fund balance. There is a reserve fund balance that was set aside years ago for the PSERS expansion in rates. It's about $6 million. It basically it could be used, if the board decided it wanted to take that money and transfer it to capital projects or something like that, it could do that.
What would be the problem with doing that? Is it, because isn't that all fixed, how much money you need to pay off over the years for Peaser? I mean,
For Peasers is not, it's not a fixed rate, it goes up every year. And
okay,
it-
but it's predicted though, right?
It's estimated, but if.
Well, that's a huge reason not to take the money out of there.
Full circle.
Well, because if we have the recession that we did the last time we
Yeah.
got into this thing, it went from 7%,
Well, same
Penrose
use.
went from 7 to 28%. That's one of the numbers I remember. And
Yeah.
if we're heading into recession, we're responsible to make up, it's not like
And that's
our
where that fund will
401Ks.
We're now,
We
yeah,
make
we're now
up the thing.
36% of every dollar. At one point, it was less than,
was from 7 to 28.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well aware of
In
that.
one fell swoop.
I mean, if you told me that, all right, we don't want to raise taxes, we want you to balance this budget, we don't want to raise taxes, we're going to go be more aggressive on our revenue numbers. Unless there's some expenditure that you want us to cut.
Well, that's what I was gonna bring up, because I just think, you know, like, in your real life, in your house, you're like, okay, I wanna put on an addition, but we just don't have the money for it right this year, we're gonna do it next year, so that's what I think in terms of, you know, looking at these requested, positions, maybe we pause on doing, 2 more kindergartens for the full day, and we wait for the next year and see what that looks like, or with some of the things part of the Academy for Student Wellness, like, maybe we pause and we get more creative. I'm just thinking like, that, I was thinking more of the cuts, like maybe we hit the pause button, I don't know how anybody else feels on that.
You'd have to hit a lot of pauses to hit $500,000, $530,000 to $7,000. You'd have to hit a lot of pauses there.
Well, it could be part of
5
it.
or 6.
too.
Yeah, it could be part of it, and I would be okay with taking, you know, the gamble with the 2 million transfer that goes into that I would be, but not if it's going to put at risk doing capital projects that are maintenance as opposed to, like, yeah, I can see not doing, you know, the dreams, the extras. But there's a reason why our district is in the position it's in, and one of the biggest reasons was how well the buildings are on that good schedule of maintenance. And you can think you're saving money today, and then you're gonna find yourself in a pickle, you know, in a few years. If you said, we don't need to pave that, and then we don't need to, and all of a sudden, you're looking around at a bunch of things that you should have done, and it's going to, you know, be a heck of a lot more money later. So everything's a trade-off, but the one trade-off I wouldn't really be willing or interested in making would be ones that take away from maintenance stuff. Dream stuff, okay, you know, you can have that conversation, but not, maintenance.
Yeah, but you can defer maintenance.
I think it's important to
Some.
mention where the history on the Peasers money, that was put into that account before
$65
Sean
million
Delbert
later.
came here. And Sean Delbert has advised us not to use that money for Peasers, which was the intended purpose, because that money compounds every year. And he said we should not use that money for that purpose, even though Peasers has continued to go up. And we've never pulled from there for that reason, because it compounds the next year and the next year. So we have money sitting there for a purpose that a prior business administrator put aside that our current business administrator doesn't agree with. So it just sits there. It's money that he will never recommend for us to use towards Peasers, which is why it doesn't make sense to continue to have it sit there.
My question really is, what are we doing in the next few years? I mentioned this earlier, like if this is a little bump for 2 years and we're gonna have all this extra money in 25, then maybe we don't wanna raise taxes because we'll absorb this little hit because we're gonna get it. But I don't know how the budget looks, you know, 5 years out. I'm sure you have some sort of estimate. I mean, I'd like to see some data on that because what do you think next year? Are we gonna be, is it gonna be a bigger shortfall or is it because we're still paying off the debt next year?
Yeah.
And maybe we need to raise taxes at some point, but I don't know if it has to be this year. Because it's not that big a difference overall budget.
So the thing that I've
0.5%.
The thing that I've found that impacts our budgets more, in the normal process, in a normal cycle, that impacts our budgets more than anything else is the number of retirements we get in a year. And I could never guess it. I mean, I know, I have a list, I know how many people have how many years of service. But there's always people that surprise me that come out of the blue
And that's safe one.
and retire.
Then
And
you
those,
bring a new one.
those are savings, and those, if you can get 12, 13, 14 retirements a year, you can pretty much offset your increases from your contracts.
We need to talk.
And that really helps us.
I couldn't resist.
That really helps us. The other thing that really helps us is we have a growing tax base right now in our school district. We have growth in our assessed value of a couple % each year, which has been phenomenal. And the other thing that's helping us is the EIT is very strong. And you know what? A lot of people who worked in Philadelphia now work at home. And we're not getting their EIT because they used to have to pay that to Philadelphia and we didn't get it. Now we get those dollars. So when COVID hit, there was a big 3-month hit to our EIT. I thought we were in trouble. And it came right back. It swelled right back up. If we don't have a lot of the economy that, say, the Quakertown does with all the restaurants and all those type of people that lost their job, we had a lot of people working at home in their home offices, and we're still gathering that EIT. So we were hurt right off the bat, but it came right back, and I think we've actually, our EIT has actually been helped by the events that we've dealt with.
Again, what are you thinking about next year? Or is there gonna be another deficit? Or
So,
then
Ron,
after
so
25, I would assume you're projecting
people
a positive side.
People are such a huge portion of the, right? It really comes down to people when you're talking about the size of the budget, which is why Sean's talking about, if you can tell us how many retirements you can predict those types of things. Because when you look at contracts, and there will be contracts over the next 2 years, and so you have to be able to anticipate what that looks like and what those increased costs are. We do forecast positions and programs and things like that over a 3 to 5 year period. I don't expect next year's requested positions to be as costly because the academy's $500,000, right? And so that's a huge initiative that requires so many people. And so, yes, we're gonna talk about 2 more full-day kindergarten, and we may talk about another security guard, like those types of things where you might get the 300, 400, 500,000, but it's not going to be this level. So from that standpoint, that might go down some, from a programming standpoint.
Well, yeah, I'm just wondering if
But,
this is gonna keep going, where we're gonna have bigger deficits every year. And, then I would be more likely to raise taxes now, if we project that we're gonna need more in the future. But if it's a 1 or 2 year bump, I think we have other options.
There's definitely a 1 or 2 year bump because that's, you've seen the graph.
Yeah, I saw it. It's a huge amount of money.
It's going away. So it's definitely a 1 or 2 year bump, for sure. And the thing is, if you take the chunk of money that we're putting into the Wellness Academy, you say, okay, we're not gonna do the Wellness Academy. We gotta go back to Dr. Durr's budget and pump that thing back up. Because there's a lot of programs and a lot of money that she took out of her budget to take care of that group of kids that we're now gonna put in with salary. So it's not just a take $5 million out, or take $500,000 out and not worry about it, because we still got to service those kids.
Right.
So those kids still have a cost, and we're gonna have to go back and put that money right back in Dr. Durr's budget. So
It's not.
it's.
I'm just wondering how we could be more, because in my mind I'm thinking, how could we be more creative with something like that initiative? With some of the sports we already have, and maybe we keep the special education teacher on, because I know that in some school districts they have like an emotional support teacher at the high school that's basically doesn't really teach but is open and does a lot of the things that, and I know I don't know everything about the program, but I think we could get a little creative to help support those students until we're at a place. So I hear what you're saying, I'm just wondering, like, I just feel like there's places where we can be creative.
The initial look at the staffing for that program, most of those positions you see in there were doubled. And when Dr. Bolton looked at the program, he said, no, we're gonna do it with this amount this year. So we've already went through that process of what was actually in someone's mind or Dr. Durr's mind the best fit. And Dr. Bolton's already taken that and said, this is what we can actually afford to do. This is what we're gonna start with. So we've already we've already, and I do a great idea.
No,
I just,
right.
we've already he's already kind of went
Right.
through that process with that
Right.
program, and he said, that's just too much. This is what we're gonna make it work with for the first year. So,
I get that. It's just
Yeah.
hard, like, speaking of what Jonathan said earlier, like, it seems like only like government entities sometimes like we can just like raise, raise taxes without, so that's where I guess it's hard for me to say, like, raising taxes, even, down the road, I just feel like, oh, that's tough. It's a tough position.
it is.
Mhm.
Can I ask another question?
Yeah.
Say we take a shot as it is and hope that we do less than 500. Say we lose 300. Can you finance that? And then pay it off in 2 years when you have all this surplus? I know it's just, I wouldn't do that ever if I thought it was gonna get worse. But if you're saying in 2 years, instead of raising taxes, you could take a hit and add 300,000 in debt and then pay it off in 25.
If we were going to borrow funds, we would have to, in order to borrow funds, you have to have a capital project to put that to. There's nothing in our general fund budget that's a capital project to put that. All of the capital projects are, that we go through with SiteLogic are in the capital projects fund. We use that other, the money I showed you, that other spreadsheet for those projects, so.
The general operations is not something that you're
General operations is not something that you can borrow.
We would treat it
money
as a
from.
structural deficit and pull it from capital.
Right.
Yeah,
Right,
right,
that,
that's,
which,
that's
You
what
be your
I-
own bank.
right, because you go back to that first slide with that $2 million, you pull it from there, or you pull it from the 13.8 million or whatever is in capital right now at the end, that is earmarked for.
What I would do is I would go into my EIT, right? I would increase it to balance the budget. I would hope that we get that. If we get that, great. It may reduce the amount of money that we have extra at the end of the year to go to capital.
And if you
Right.
don't, then just pull it from capital.
If you don't get it, right, then, and if you end up with less revenue than you have expenditures at the end of the year, then you're pulling from fund balance to pay that off. So that's how that cycle works.
Well, if it's, you're saying the risk of 500,000
It's not huge.
is not huge, it's enough to need a
The
raise.
The risk of 500,000 and $150 million is very small, but it's still, in my mind, it's still 500,000, and I still have to explain that to you and tell you that that's $500,000, that's real, and that is a risk, and it is more aggressive than I would be, but I don't get the vote, you do, so I do what you tell me to do, and we will figure out how to make it work.
Is there a percentage that you would want us to have in reserve? I mean, what's a good from a fiscally
So-
sound?
So all school districts, there's a chart that goes from 8% up based on your budget, or your total budget. We're in the category where we're only allowed to have an 8% unreserved fund balance. So 8% of $150 million is what we're allowed to have. That barely gets us through a month of payroll if something happened that, we all of a sudden weren't collecting, or all of a sudden something happened that we lost half our tax base or something, crazy. We wouldn't function long on $9 or $10 million. It's just making payroll, to pay people. So it's really, it's really kind of scary. So you kind of put money aside in other committed type fund balances so that you have those additional dollars that you can fall back on if you need them. That's how districts work that, to be able to have extra reserves that they can fall back on. And the other thing I'm really hoping for is that the interest rates come back. You hate to say interest rates are going to go up, and everybody's going to get higher mortgages, you're going to buy a car, it's going to cost you more, whatever. But when everything happened with COVID, we went from $1.8 million to less than $100,000 in interest earnings in a year. So we took that out of our budget. No way to make it up, gone. So we had to figure out how to plug that gap in the last 2 years. If interest rates came back to half as what they were before, we would have plenty. This thing would be balanced. but I don't know where interest rates are gonna be through next year. So I'm budgeting where we're at, right? So that's another one that I just have no idea what's gonna happen. Not too many people will stand up and say, "I'm hoping interest rates go up," but I'm hoping interest rates go up.
I had one more thing, because I hate being like 9 people to make the decision of raising taxes for an entire, district. So I know we're short on time with it, but my thought too was like, what if we sent out, being able to have like a link of like a Google form to get more input from, like give a reason what we have to do. I know it's still kind of unknown what the range would be for that year. Just get a little bit more input. I know that's
I
crazy.
have a deal. Those car raffles are $20 a ticket. This tax increase is an average of $26 a house. Are you willing to buy a $20? Like, I think everybody would, that's what the equivalent is, $26, although I have to say, whenever they used to raise the taxes before, and I would see in the newspaper, that this is just for the average person, only $50. Well, there's a lot of people that are not at that median, and so that was one of the questions I was thinking of. What's the increase what's the highest increase going to be? Like how many, I know the median is the average is the average, but I would like to know, because there are a lot of families in our school district in newer homes, and Bucks County hasn't reassessed homes, and there's a lot of people that are in homes that haven't been reassessed. But then there are a lot of people who are just moving in, and our houses are higher priced, and so our tax increase is a lot more than other people. But I'm actually, my hesitation is that I'm worried how likely it will be that it will be more than $500,000 in the like with the way that inflation is
Realistically?
going.
I think it'll be more than that.
I'm like, well,
Well, he's
what
the
is-
source.
he is.
Which he should. I think
I mean,
it's gonna
and
be
he
more
always
than that.
is, but I did ask Sean, I was just curious, not to, I guess, be braggy, but I was curious, all of the districts around us, what the history has been. And I'm looking at the Excel spreadsheet of the millage increases for the other school districts around us, and it's incredible, the increases for some of them that I'm looking at, and here we haven't increased in 6 years, so.
Yeah.
There's only one other district in Bucks County that has not raised taxes in the time that we have.
Who was that?
Bristol.
Bristol Borough, they have had 154 mills for
How about,
the 6 years.
And we're 135.
how about the others,
so they're
averages,
quite
how much have they raised in over 5 years? The other ones?
We have that data.
You have,
Yeah, we have that data.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
mean, we certainly could justify an increase with, by not having one in 5 years, but I still see this bump. And 2 years in, people say, "Oh, you're sitting on all this cash now."
you'll still be on
And,
the board in 2 years, right?
What's
You'll still be on the board in 2 years.
2 years? I don't think,
I'm just thinking like, yeah, so you would have to be prepared then to maybe have to make an increase that's like a,
well,
not
in 2
just
years,
like
you're not
6%.
anticipating it because you have this extra cash, right?
well, yeah, that's true.
But then you want to spend it on things that are good for.
Capital projects is part of the problem, or question, or part of the.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't wanna
Okay,
touch
so
trees or
good
something.
conversation, we've received good
conversation.
feedback. Right.
Yeah,
We'll
well,
continue to
thanks,
talk
Sarah.
with you.
I still don't know what to do, but, I mean, I understand. I mean, I certainly look for your recommendation over everything, because you're the brains behind the budget and everything, and I value your input on it
Thank you.
very much. I mean,
Not to put too much pressure on you, but we're all looking for you.
we trust you.
Say your
That's
magic
a
wand.
good thing.
That's why we like you, Sean.
Thanks.
That's-
You're good at what you do.
All right.
So your recommendation is to what?
Do I have to say that now?
Yeah.
Might as
I don't
well,
think-
I mean.
Yeah,
Wait, don't I get to talk to my superintendent first?
If you wanna take.
Say the fifth?
Yeah, let's debrief and we'll send out some thoughts, okay?
I mean, it's still early though, right? It's still early.
I just got teased, so I'm
Yeah.
good. We got a personnel committee meeting, so I'm good.
Yeah.
Sean, thank you.
Well, it's a tough decision.
There's nothing easy about that one. Wait, does that bring us, wait, is that the last thing? Oh,
That
wow.
was.
The next finance committee meeting is scheduled for May 3rd, 2022. Whew, got through it and Kelly got his salt shed.
The salt storage shed.
That's a salt shed with a 6-bay garage.
All good.
Good for you.
What truck's gonna park in there first?
Mrs. McHale, you're awesome.
We'll figure it.
The patience alone.
You're out.
Through them now.
You're out.
I didn't know you had to hit the 2 red buttons to get the warm call.
Yes.
You gotta hit them both
We
simultaneously.
had
I'm
some
like,
people sign up.
you gotta read the 903. Just read it.
Are you starting right away?
Yes, we
I'll be
are.
ready.
Yep, okay. Mr. Russell?
All right, well, we'll call it to order. Moving into the personnel committee meeting, no one's here to speak. The first thing is revised job descriptions. And Jackie, if you could go through that, I'm not sure whether, I saw that there's about 15 of them, I guess. And it's my understanding in speaking with Dr. Bolton that this is just an opportunity to review some of these contracts. Some are new, but some have not been reviewed in some time. And so they were all sent out to the directors and people that would be in the position of hiring. And they reviewed to see what it was in the job description that was needed and what could be taken out. Is that accurate or?
Yes, spot on. Job descriptions were older, they were getting a little stale, so we do send them out to the supervisors as well as the individuals that are in those positions. And we've been doing this for about 2.5 years now. So tonight, I bring to you the 2 new job descriptions for professional staff members to staff the Wellness Center, the Academy for Student Wellness. They were the first 2 on the list. And then we had a concentration this month in the facilities department. So we looked at 11 different jobs in the facilities department and again, sent those out to Mr. Harper and Mr. Bramble, the assistant director, and they took a look at those and made some changes. Not too many in that area actually, so we felt pretty good about that. One area that we did have a significant change was under administrative services, the middle school building secretaries and their principals reviewed both the assistant middle school secretary position and the building secretary position. And because there were so many similarities in the duties and that they have a lot of cross-training and kind of like work, cooperatively with each other and do the same position, they decided to take those 2 job descriptions, put those into one, reviewed them, and thought, you know what, that's actually a great idea. So you'll see actually 3 for the middle school secretary is the draft, and then the older job descriptions that are being combined into one. So are there any questions on any of the job descriptions? I know there are a lot of them, but.
Were there any that you thought that we should talk about, like that were significant changes? The one that was a lot of changes was the ground maintenance for some reason. There was a lot taken out on that, but.
So the ground maintenance, what was taken out of that were a lot of duties, believe it or not, pertaining to the care of uniforms. Seamstress duties, repairing uniforms, a lot of these.
How old was it?
No, this is actually, was still
Last
going on
update was
recently,
2012, yeah.
for the most part, they're being sent out now for servicing and cleaning, but they were done in-house.
There was a particular person that the job description was rewritten for because this person had that skill set, and so they were doing that for the district, and the district was saving money, right? Because there was someone on staff who could do that, but,
Did we let him retire?
so.
And then you mentioned the 2 new job descriptions for the academy, right? And they were the first 2?
They're the first 2, the licensed professional mental health counselor and the social worker.
And the social worker is just a remake. We have social
It
workers
is-
in the
it is a
district, and so it
remake.
wasn't a significant change. The other one, you'll see there's no red, because it's a brand new position for us.
Right.
So we're bringing in a therapeutic, counseling.
Does anybody have any questions concerning those descriptions?
I do not.
All right, so they'll all get approved then at the full board.
Right, obviously,
Move
if
forward.
you haven't had full time to interact with them, if you have any questions, or you wanna wait on one, because
Right.
you wanna bring it back to the committee, so. But yes, if we don't hear from you, we will put them forward in April for your consideration.
The next issue was the healthcare premiums, and that was put in the actual agenda, it looks like.
So each year we have to adopt the premium rates, the established premium rates prior to open enrollment so that we could push those out to all the staff during open
Can you
enrollment.
explain that? Why do we adopt it as opposed to it's being, usually the healthcare,
So we're self-insured,
okay.
so we actually establish our healthcare premiums. I'm very happy about this because this is the 6th year that we're bringing this to you without an increase.
Okay, that was my question.
So
What you did
In
last year.
healthcare.
it's
What you did
wonderful
in
for our
healthcare.
No
staff.
healthcare increase in
Now,
6
how-
years.
Right.
who determines I know that, with a big insurance company, somebody's crunching the numbers and making that determination, and it's gone up considerable, like double digits, I think, the past
Yeah, why-
number of years, yeah. So how is it that we determine that, what our rate should be and that there would be no increase? How is that?
So it's based on our claims, and again, we're self-insured, so we take a look at our claims, between myself, Mr. Dauber, and our broker, and determine if we have had a substantial increase in the claims, and then, of course, what we owe the vendors for the administrative fees as well. And they've been flat, and, we've been able to
amazing.
absorb it. And we also have increased the premium share that the employees pick up in their contract. So in the
So they
teacher's
fund-
contract, for instance, last year, this current year, they're paying 13% of these adopted premiums that you are approving. The PESPA employees, the support staff employees are paying 11%. Next year, the teachers go up to 14%. The PESPA contract allows them to stay at 11% for the next year. So that's how we get back some of the money from the staff, but
Now, is that what Sean was talking about, was that we have a fund that has those premiums in it?
Yes.
That we don't
Yes.
touch, but we still maintain, and that's used.
So if we had a huge claim,
Right.
We could have
Funds
funds
available.
You do have something to cover catastrophic.
There's
so we
stop
do.
loss.
We
Yeah.
have stop loss.
Yeah.
I'll bring that to you.
Stop loss.
I know, I couldn't remember what it was called either.
I'll bring
So
stop
like an
loss
excess.
to you in May.
Yeah.
The stop loss carriers like a little bit of time to see where you're going to end up near the end of the year, and we still have several months to go before June 30th. So they want to have a better look at our claims experience. So right now, we're in an excellent position. We have not had any stop loss claims this year.
That's what I was gonna say.
We're close with 2, but, one I think we'll just, that particular person is no longer treating for that, so we might be good. But, yeah, so we won't put that out to bid until May. Already looking around, but they won't give you their best bid until then, until they see more where our claims experience
And then
is
does
for the year.
that, whatever that premium is that then calculated into the premium cost that we would pass on, or we do it the next year, I suppose, because it'd come later? So if we have to pay a higher premium for our stop loss,
Mhm.
then that would cause an increase in the premiums that we have here, or we just make up the difference elsewhere?
We would probably just make up the difference elsewhere.
Okay.
We've been doing pretty well for most years.
So are
Stop
the
loss is nominal.
staff and faculty, are they happy about, I mean, is this something that they appreciate, that we've, so they notice it?
They notice
They
it.
do,
Okay.
they do.
Um,
Because it just, it's not happening any other
Right,
place.
I know.
It
In
is
terms of
not.
premium.
I mean, in the
That's-
regular market, again, it's double-digit increases each
So we
year.
have healthier, healthier employees.
Well, and I would like
Some
to say
water,
it's managed
please,
well, not to,
They've loaded.
pat
But
my
claims-
staff on the back, but, initially we went through, many individuals when I started just to see who should and should not be on the plan, people that were maybe double, enrolled in different plans that had retired, whatever. So we cleaned up a lot of that. We manage it well. our RX plan that was instituted, I think we're in our third year now, was an excellent change to CVS Caremark through Synchrony RX. That was a huge savings, moving to that carrier. So we've been doing well with the plan, and we do promote it to new staff.
Alright,
So
so
that's great. Since it hasn't gone up, I don't think there's much.
So the next thing is the substitute renewal contract.
So ESS is also offering us a flat rate for the next 2 years. So we're recommending that we continue with them. Typically, contracts incur a markup for the cost of living, et cetera. But by signing for multiple years, they've agreed to an extension and holding the markup rate at, it's currently 1.324.
That's
That works.
yearly.
That's fair.
Okay, and then the next is the rate increases for the part-time staff. Is that
So
right?
we have a slide on that that's up there.
I was just gonna say, we'll do that.
I'm just gonna make it a little bigger.
Thank you. I was just going to say that. Do you see that?
Yep.
There it is. Okay. So this is interesting. The lunchroom monitor and the playground aide, we cannot locate when their last increase was. Our system takes us back to 2012. We've looked.
Wow.
Oh my
It
God.
was not increased, so it's sometime prior before 2012 that they've been holding at $11 an hour.
And you still get people?
Well,
They
we're
stay.
having a hard
I
time getting
believe
people,
that,
especially for
yeah.
the playground aides. And they're usually parents, guardians that are willing to come in. It's an odd thing that you're working 2.5 hours a day. You're taking time out of your day to come in. The $11 is barely paying for gas at this point. So a lot of folks are begging off and not taking those jobs. Lifeguard and swim instruction, those are student lifeguards and swim instructors. Again, the rates have not been increased since 2014. I see a lifeguard and a swim instructor as a very, a position that holds a lot of responsibility, certification, training, and, yeah, they haven't been increased since 2014.
And we don't reimburse for like their certs, right? Do they have to pay for their
They-
certs on their
they
own?
do.
Right.
They
Okay.
do.
We have a discount though, right?
You're
Now
right.
it's
Now we have a discount,
That's right.
that's right.
You're
Put that
welcome.
in
What are you
place.
proposing the increase?
So-
Everybody to 15.
We're proposing an increase of $15 across the board. The summer workers as well at the high school. The summer workers do, I'm sorry, there's a high school level and a college level. We're looking at compressing that and just paying them all $15 an hour as
All of
well.
those,
All of them. Those summer workers could be IT workers, that's the majority of them, custodians. Some of them work in the office. But it's been a challenge attracting summer workers over the last couple of years because of the rates. They can go to Wawa or Giant and
And this is consistent with the increases that we've.
Right,
Yeah,
that's-
Right.
and that's what we sat down and we talked about. We kind of said, what's our number?
Below,
So-
or
so
above
below is what it would cost for the increase.
to 15 for all of it.
Right, and those are estimated based on, the number of folks we have right now.
And did
And-
Sean factor those into the?
Yes.
He did.
Sean did.
Sean didn't miss anything.
Yes, he did.
Sean does not
Sean-
miss anything.
What are we talking about?
We did anticipate a wage increase, that we would need to fill some of these positions, coming up, so he budgeted accordingly
That
in
makes,
anticipation.
makes sense with
Yeah.
what we're doing. The next one is the Delta Dental contract.
Okay, so Delta Dental,
So this we're not
So we're-
self-insured for dental.
So we're moving forward now.
Delta Dental is, the last increase we had for them was 3 years. Oh, thank you, Chester, I'm sorry. I should have grabbed that. So their last increase was 3 years. We put this out to bid again this year. They've been, we've had a good relationship with them. they currently have over 90% of in-network providers, which is higher than anyone on that list. So that's important to us because that keeps our members happy. It's less disruption to a member. They're a quality carrier, most accept them. And they have that large network of providers that you don't see in others. So they're our incumbent. They are looking at a 21 cent per employee per month increase, which equates to $2,016 per year based on, an approximate 800 members. We fluctuate up and down depending on who's taking dental. And just, again, as a reminder, they have not increased their wages in 3 years, so this is the first time they're asking. So we would like to continue with Delta, and
They're also the lower cost one.
they are the
Pretty
lowest
much
cost
the
right
lowest,
now, and
you're happy with them?
we're happy with them, and they're looking at maintaining that rate for 2 years. So we're looking at a 2-year contract with them at it's $435 again per employee per month, per
Sounds
member
good to
per
me.
month.
And that the employee fully covers that amount, or
So
partially?
no,
or
they cover a part of that amount.
And the percentage similar to what you said before?
It's the same percentage for RX, for vision, for dental, and for health.
Okay,
Yeah. Mhm.
all right, that's it.
That's all I have.
So on the ESS, you're happy with them? I
We
mean, you hear
are,
different things, so I figured now would be the time to ask the question.
No, we're happy with them. They have a lot of incentives that they put into place, and like everybody, they've had a hard run of it with COVID. In the last several months, we've seen our building-based sub group increase. Have another resume today to add someone else, so we're almost full in that regard, which has helped us out tremendously. Yeah. And thank you again all for approving the rate increase for the subs. That helped a lot. That did help us a lot.
Gotta be competitive.
When's your next personnel meeting?
Next is the 4th of
May
May.
the 4th.
I just wanted to say it.
Mr. Alexander, would you let us know when the live stream is off, please?
All right, thank you.